Kenya tayari tushaanza kutumia kawi safi katika sekta mbalimbali, akisema kuwa kufikia sasa ni 92% ya kawi safi ambayo inatumiwa hapa nchini Kenya. Basi tu akiwahimiza wenzake kutoka mataifa mbalimbali kuhakikisha kuwa vile wanaweza kuangazia na kuiga mfano wa Kenya, ili vile waweze kuwa na kawi safi katika nchi zao, ili kuweza kupunguza madhara ama athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Vile masuala ambayo yanajadiliwa katika kongamano hili ama yana mwito ambao umeweza kutolewa ni mwito wa ushirikiano baina ya mataifa mbalimbali. Ushirikiano ambao kama wanavyosema, umoja ni nguvu, utangamano ni udhaifu, mtazamaji. Ukiweza kuwa na ushirikiano kama bara Afrika, litaweza kuwa ni jambo la maana kabisa ambalo litatuwezesha kuweza kuwa na usemi mmoja ambao utatuwezesha vile kuweza kupata ufadhili. Mtazamaji, wajumbe wanaendelea kuwasili katika ukumbi huu. Vile tumeweza kumwona gavana Nairobi ameweza kuwasili. Mkuu wa mawaziri vile ameweza kuwasili kuhakikisha kuwa kongamano hili linapewa uzito na linafuatiliwa sana na wajumbe wote, hasa hapa nchini Kenya na vile katika mataifa yote ya bara Afrika. Kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza, watakuwa wakijadili masuala ya rasilimali za Afrika, masuala ya kuwekeza katika sekta mbalimbali ambazo zitawafaidi wa Afrika. Huu ni mwamko mpya, mtazamaji, mwamko mpya katika bara Afrika. Hili linaonyesha kuwa bara la Afrika limeamka na linataka masuala yake yaweze kujadiliwa na kupewa kipaumbele. Vile mtazamaji, izingatiwe kuwa vile wapo vijana ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili na waliweza kuwa na makubaliano yao hapo awali. Makubaliano yao hapo awali, mtazamaji. Kama unavyoona hapo kwenye runinga yako, naibu rais vile amewasili. Marais ndao, mtazamaji, wameanza kuwasili katika jumba maalum la kikao hiki speciali la kihistoria na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Na wana marais hao wameanza kuingia hapa katika jumba la Savo ambapo tupo. Walinzi wao wanaingia, mtazamaji. Walinzi wanaingia wakifuatiwa na marais. Hii ni ishara tosha, mtazamaji, kwa kongamano hili la leo ambapo ni siku ya pili. Liliweza kuanza kirasmi hapo jana tarehe 4 mwezi Septemba, leo tarehe 5 siku ya pili, na linatarajiwa kuweza kuendelea hadi hapo kesho tarehe 6. Kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako, mtazamaji, huyo ni katibu mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres. Anaweza kuwasili hapa katika jumba la Savo, ambapo ni sehemu ambapo vikao vyote vitaweza kufanyika. Basi sasa, mtazamaji, hao ni marais ambao wanaweza kuingia. Marais ambao nilikuwa nimekutajia hapo awali: Rais wa Misri wa Egypt Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Kagame wa Rwanda Paul Kagame, marais wengi tu. Tumemwona wa Sierra Leone Madabi, wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu, Evariste Ndayishimiye wa Burundi, Salva Kiir wa Sudan Kusini, Azali Assoumani wa Comoros, Filipe Nyusi wa Mozambique, Zade Wokzud wa Ethiopia. Rais William Ruto vile vile namuona shawasili. Mtazamaji, ni ishara tosha kabisa kwa kongamano hili linaenda kuanza muda si mchache. Kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza mtazamaji, ni mwamko mpya katika bara la Afrika. Afrika iko tayari kuweza kujadili masuala yake na kupata suluhu ya masuala mbalimbali ambayo yamekuwa yakiathiri bara hili la Afrika. Ukumbi huu wa Savo, mtazamaji, Salva Kiir kama unavyomuona ameweza kuwasili, ambaye ni rais wa Sudan Kusini. Hali ndo kama hiyo mtazamaji, hapa katika ukumbi wa Savo. Marais kutoka mataifa mbalimbali ya bara Afrika wameweza kuwasili. Katibu mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres ameweza kuwasili. Mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika Musa Faki ameweza kuwasili. Tunaona vile vile viongozi wa Kenya, tamwona mama wa taifa Rachel Ruto na mwenzake hapo kando wa naibu wa rais, mke wa naibu wa rais Dorcas Gachagua. Basi mtazamaji, kongamano hili linaanza spesheli kwa sasa. Tuweze kusikiza mtazamaji.
Let's take our seats. Your Excellencies and all distinguished guests, to start us off this morning, we have a Kikwetu production, a fusion of Samburu, Turkana, Borana, and Maasai communities performing with contemporary dancers and acrobats, giving you a taste of the diverse and rich Kenyan culture. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the Africa Climate Summit. We heard from His Excellency President Ruto yesterday, where he so eloquently presented Africa's case for fairness, justice, and equity in helping the continent pursue its climate action efforts. If I may, I would like to emphasize His Excellency's points, which simply is this: Africa needs reform of the global financial sector to fund its climate
Financement.
Business as usual will not cut it. I'll reiterate that. His Excellency's points was this: Africa needs reform of the global financial architecture to fund its climate action goals. Business as usual is not going to cut it. In fact, to continue as we are will only serve to prove the truth of Albert Einstein's definition of insanity. And I quote, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results. We need to do something different."
We absolutely do. Thank you so much for that, Zain. And this is powerful. Africa called, and the world has come. His Excellency, you called, and Africa is setting an agenda. And I want us to give the leadership, the people, all the different organizations in this room a round of applause for coming together to do this. This is a moment. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday some powerful themes came through. Two quotes in particular from the young delegates stayed with me. They said, "Our countries will be burning and drowning, and you will not be there to save us." You know, it occurred to me that countries are drowning and burning today. So if we don't do something now, what will our children and generations to come experience? The other thing they said was, we have to trust you, and you must trust us. And I thought such wisdom, grace, hope, and responsibility captured in one simple statement. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we must call to the world from Nairobi today and make it clear that it is past time to address the tough issues. It is past time to hold the difficult but much needed conversations on Africa, risk, perception, reality, resources, policies, regulations, systems. And it's past time for these conversations to be guided by equity. That is what we need.
And Africa has the resources and assets, including mineral and energy resources, agricultural capacity, and natural capital to promote the global decarbonization agenda. But to realize this potential, the world needs to do its own part in helping steer Africa on the pathway to an inclusive, sustainable, and progressive future. At the fundamental level, that will require decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation. In the words of the late Wangari Maathai, an icon of Kenya and a Nobel Peace Laureate, and I quote, "We are very fond of blaming the poor for destroying the environment, but often it is the powerful, including governments, that are responsible," end quote. In other words, we are all in this together. It will require our combined efforts to overcome this challenge. The spirit of Harambee, as we say in Kiswahili.
And that means, for those of you who don't know, let's all pull together, let's work together for a common goal and purpose. Zane, thank you for reminding us. We have icons, we have role models all over the continent doing incredible things. Thank you so much. We also have a young, innovative workforce. There's so much potential. So our call is, let's pull together. Thank you for coming. Thank you for ensuring you listen and are present and will act around a climate agenda determined by the African continent. An agenda that is going to safeguard our people, our communities, livelihoods on the continent, our economies, and ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, when we safeguard Africa, we safeguard the world. Can we give that a round of applause, please? Please. Safeguarding Africa is safeguarding the world.
Now, to help guide us on this journey with an incredible lineup of speakers, please give a very warm welcome to the Honorable Soipan Tuya, Cabinet Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forestry for the Government of Kenya. Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
Excellency, President William Ruto, our host president, all our visiting heads of state here with us today, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. History documents that Africa, and Kenya in particular, is the cradle of mankind. It is my hope and prayer that out of the cradle of mankind comes the all-time elusive solution to combating climate change. African-led solutions to decarbonize and steer a low-carbon development pathway for the globe. We are gathered here today to make history as the continent of Africa. The world is facing many challenges, but none has become so apparent, so threatening, and so devastating as the threat of climate change. And we can only respond by making history at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Everywhere we look in Africa, there is a climate change-related story to tell. For example, in Malawi, Hurricane Freddy led to the loss of 200 people and nearly $2 billion US dollars worth of damage occasioned. Last year, the Horn of Africa came out of one of the worst droughts in decades, where we lost hundreds of lives and thousands of livestock. In fact, for the first time in Kenya, we had to track water for our wildlife in the national parks and reserves. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although African countries are making every available effort to deal with the vagaries of climate change, our economies are continuing to be weighed down by mounting debts. As we speak, 31 out of the 37 heavily indebted poor countries in the world are in Africa. Over 20 years of climate change negotiations have yielded agreements and promises that have delivered very little for Africa. Instead, the imagery of Africa as a poor continent, a victim, keep dominating the climate negotiations year in, year out. The fact that Africa has historically contributed very little to the global emissions has remained an inconvenient truth, yet receiving no reciprocity from the rest of the world for the contribution we make. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this inaugural Africa Climate Summit presents an opportunity like no other for Africa to change the course of history. Millions of young Africans are looking up to African leaders here to leave them with a promise, a visible promise, to make them feel that there is a future where they have hope to get green jobs, live a dignified life, and thrive. We are looking to the summit to chart a green growth pathway for the African continent, set the stage for Africa to lead the globe towards a more ecologically responsible global industrialization, catalyzed by financing that is accessible, adequate, and affordable. The world is waiting for something anew out of this week. We must not be held hostage to the past, but allow ourselves to reimagine a future where, as Africa, we lift ourselves from the fatigue of despair and make history. Excellencies, I am persuaded that the time is now, and I beseech us to respond to this historical call by proposing radical solutions to the world that will help us deal with the climate change. I invite us to listen to the inner urge calling us to serve humanity, that we go down in history, that it is out of Africa, the cradle of mankind, that the solution for climate change came forth. Excellencies, allow me now to invite, to kick us off, the President of the African Development Bank, who has been in the middle of this discourse and supporting a lot of support to the cause. Welcome, Dr. Adesina Akiwumi.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Your Excellency, William Ruto, President of Kenya, and our gracious host, and my dear brother. Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, the First Ladies, Your Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We are also joined today by Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Your Excellency Mustafa Madhoudi, Prime Minister of Egypt, Your Excellency Sultan Al-Jaber, COP28 President-designate, honorable ministers, ambassadors, heads of diplomatic missions, the amazing youth and women of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Habari sa asubuhi. I think I got it right somehow. I wish to commend you, Your Excellency President Ruto, for your excellent leadership in convening this Africa Climate Summit, and for your dynamic and passionate leadership in spearheading Africa's first climate summit. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for hosting us all in this beautiful nature-blessed country of Kenya. The African Development Bank is pleased to be a major sponsor of the Africa Climate Summit. The presence in such large numbers of Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers and development partners from around the world says it all. Africa's voice on climate change will resonate across the world. The Africa Climate Summit will shape the future pathway of Africa's development. We gather because the people of Africa expect us to act. We gather because the future of the youth of Africa is at stake. We gather because we must galvanize global actions on climate. We gather because our collective existence is at risk. Climate change is short-changing Africa. Droughts and floods have been increasing across the continent. No country is spared. As we gather today, if we strain our ears enough, we will hear the calls of urgency from farmers whose crops and livestock are being destroyed, the voices of fishing folks whose catch is reducing and livelihoods are being imperiled, the voices of the young whose future is being compromised, the voices of women and children who bear the brunt of climate change, the voices of economies unable to cope with the ever-rising costs of climate-induced risks. We have a duty and responsibility to hear these voices and to act with a greater sense of urgency. And responding requires action at three levels. At the global level, the developed economies must meet their commitment to provide $100 billion annually in climate finance. The global climate financial architecture must be changed to prioritize the needs of Africa. At the national level, we must accelerate actions on climate adaptation. And that is why the African Development Bank has committed to providing $25 billion towards climate finance by 2025. We have also launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, together with the Global Center on Adaptation, the largest climate adaptation program in the world. Africa must develop with what it has, not what it does not have. Africa is blessed with large sources of renewable energy in the world, renewables from solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal. But we cannot power Africa with potential. We must fully unlock Africa's renewable energy potential. That's why the African Development Bank is implementing a $20 billion Desert to Power program to harness the power of solar and deliver electricity for 250 million people. We must power every home, every school, every hospital, and provide stable, affordable, and reliable power. But we must, Your Excellencies, be pragmatic. Africa must use its natural gas and combine it with renewable resources. The International Energy Agency's analysis shows that doing so will only add 0.5% to global emissions. Give us space to grow. We must ensure that Africa's food and agricultural systems are climate resilient. The African Development Bank's flagship program, Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, has provided 12 million farmers in 21 countries with climate-resilient agricultural technologies. In Ethiopia, climate-resilient wheat varieties supported by the bank has helped it to become self-sufficient in wheat in just 3 years. We are acting at scale to feed Africa with climate resilience. Under the leadership of President Macky Sall, as the then chairperson of the African Union, and the strong leadership of you, our heads of state and government, we succeeded with the Feed Africa Summit held in Dakar in January. We developed food and agriculture delivery compacts for African countries. We have mobilized, Your Excellency Presidents, heads of state and government, globally, $72 billion to support African countries to implement these food and agricultural delivery compacts and to assure food security and food sovereignty within 5 years, and doing so with climate-resilient agricultural systems. I wish to recognize all development partners from around the world and the African Union Commission who work so tirelessly with us to make this happen. Thank you very much. We will repeat this at the Africa Climate Summit with the development of climate change adaptation investment compacts to help channel financing to national climate adaptation action at scale. We must ensure that resources mobilized do not stay simply in government offices, but reach and protect the lives of people in our villages, in our towns, and in our cities. All lives must be protected from climate change. We must put the youth and women at the core of climate financing. That's why the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation are announcing here today the launch of a $1 billion facility for Youth Adapt program that will accelerate access to financing for the youth to tackle climate change. The youth are not just the future of Africa, the youth are the present of Africa. The African Development Bank is also rolling out the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks, new financial institutions that will support and grow the businesses of the youth all across Africa. Finally, we must revalue, Your Excellencies, the wealth of Africa by accounting for the proper valuation of its abundant natural resources, including its vast forests that sequester carbon. Few may know that the Congo Forest Basin is the world's largest carbon lungs, larger than the Amazon forest. Yet, Africa's rich nature wealth and the global value of its carbon it sequesters for the world are not accounted for in the estimation of its GDP. It is not enough to praise Africa for its rich natural capital. Its GDP must take that into consideration. Africa's GDP must therefore be revalued based on its carbon sequestration and biodiversity, which provide global public goods. If this is done, the debt to adjusted GDP ratio of several African countries will be much lower, and they will have greater headroom to borrow more financing to support their development, including investing in the greening of their economies. We must, Your Excellencies, therefore, turn Africa's economies green, not because others ask us to do so, but because it is in our interest to do so. Africa must develop its own carbon markets, properly price its carbon, and turn its vast carbon sinks into new sources of enormous wealth. Africa cannot be nature rich and cash poor. As we look towards COP28, Africa needs must be front and center, powered by the leadership of our heads of state and government, our youth and the private sector, and the voices of our communities. We must be the vuvuzelas of climate financing for Africa. Together with partners from around the world, let's make it happen for Africa. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Gracias. Shukran. Asante sana.
Excellencies, our next speaker is His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. Welcome, Your Excellency. A formidable global reputation of peacekeeping, we know you have.
Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azalia Soumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and current Chairman of the African Union, Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegation, Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, representatives of international organizations, financial institutions, civil society, youth, women, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank President William Ruto, the government and the people of Kenya for the exceptional hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this hospitable and green capital, Nairobi. The beautiful and natural environment in this country augurs well for the great success of our climate summit. The organization of this climate summit in such friendly conditions in just 6 months, thanks to the decision of the African Union Summit last February, is striking proof of the excellence of your leadership, dear friend William. I sincerely congratulate you. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, the
recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, confirms our fears. Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. If this phenomenon is not stopped, climate change will continue to have a serious negative impact on the growth of the African economies. Agricultural productivity has been reduced by 34% between 1961, since 1961, due to climate change, more than any other region. Hence, it will have an unbearable pressure on the food systems in Africa. African countries thus face disproportionate burdens and risks arising from unpredictable weather patterns, particularly prolonged droughts and devastating floods at all levels. Massive humanitarian crises provoke detrimental impacts on economies, health, education, peace and security, and other related risks. For example, the season 2022-2023, about 18 million people have been affected by drought in the Horn of Africa alone. Recently, Tropical Cyclone Fred has affected more than 1.2 million of people and caused the death of more than 700 people. It is also estimated that between 2019 and 2023, the economic loss as a result of disasters in Africa is between 20 and 35.5 billion American dollars. This gloomy list is not exhaustive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has spared no sector. It is to be recalled that Africa has around 400 million who do not have access to clean drinking water, and about 700 million do not have access to a very good sanitation. And this also indicates, experts indicate that there is a gap, a financing gap of 11 to 20 billion dollars. So we are obviously on the verge of seeing climate degradation. It is not the only factor, and it will be wrong not to integrate this in our global analysis of the negative factors, including governance, which is at the very center. I do not want to yield to pessimism. And in the general, it is, however, fortunate that in the table we have some beacons and favorable indicators. I cannot help reminding that 600 million people do not have access to electricity, and 200 million of them do not have access to clean cooking and are exposed to all respiratory problems and diseases due to smoke. And because of climate change, we have problems in our infrastructure, and we need to develop profitable infrastructure and spend at least $160 billion per year. Indeed, it is encouraging to note that the African governments have devoted about 3.5% of their GDP to the development of infrastructure over the past 20 years. It is too little compared to some emerging countries. China and India, for example, devote 7.7 and 5.2% of their GDP, respectively, in infrastructure. We can thus see in which direction efforts have to be made. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this summit affords us an excellent opportunity to translate the climate ambitions of Africa into investment opportunities, to consolidate our voices on matters on burning issues of climate change, to prepare for the UN Climate Summit and for COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. At these meetings of global importance, Africa must, among other challenges, highlight the worrying and sometimes tragic situation in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, where drought and floods alternate. In the Congo River Basin, with dangerous deforestation and the disastrous consequences of cyclones in southern Africa and in the island states. It is urgent that Africa come to all these meetings with concrete proposals to be implemented without delay. I strongly reiterate my call to come to the next two meetings with precise proposals without drowning them in literature and the usual litany on the imperative need for collective justice for Africa, where responsibility is very limited in the pollution of the world, with an inversely proportional share of the volume of global investment in the field of environment. This call for a restoration of justice for Africa would benefit from being supported by a real reform of the global financial architecture, for which a high-level panel is rightly devoted at this summit. Obviously, this reform must resolutely focus on the financial organs and structures, institutions which structure the universe, which operate far from Africa. In this desired reform, a question comes to mind: the weight of the debt and the financing gap of the SDGs. Africa alone represented a need of $6.3 billion per year for sustainable development needs by 2030, while the financing needs for SDGs in the same period were $2.5 billion for financing developing countries. Everyone knows that the public debt stock in sub-Saharan Africa at the end of 2023 was estimated at $1.1 trillion out of 650 billion SDRs mobilized. Africa received only 33 billion, which is only 4.5%. In view of these staggering figures and many others, it is clear that there is no relevant global intervention in favor of Africa without a credible solution for the crippling debt challenge of Africa. To aid the struggle, which include financing adaptation, $100 billion per year, Africa has galvanized its will in its common position through a momentum unifying African voices, and it will be a central point of our agenda in G20 as soon as we join it. However, in this struggle, Africa cannot just be satisfied with incantation. Just like for its independence, it is a challenge to rely on its own personal efforts, on its own genius, the quality and its virtues of bold, imaginative, united and interdependent leadership. I wish you full success to our deliberations. I thank you very much. Asante sana.
Excellencies, we are overwhelmed by the support that we have received for the summit, and we want to listen to each and every one of us. So I would like to plead with Your Excellencies that we stick to the agreed 5 minutes so that we can have everybody speaking to this. Next, Excellencies, out of COP27 in Egypt, was the establishment of a loss and damage fund and the finalization of the details to implement the Santiago network. It was also the first time food security was recognized in the COP conversations. The Arab Republic of Egypt was a COP27 presidency, and it is my honor now to invite His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of Egypt. Welcome, Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا.
Président du Kenya, distingués invités, distingués présidents, mesdames et messieurs, je veux tout d'abord
تحيات فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي.
Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, président de la République arabe d'Égypte. Il m'est un grand privilège de participer au nom de l'Égypte à cette réunion de haut niveau. Je félicite Son Excellence
لا سيما وإنه يأتي بعد أشهر قليلة من نجاح مصر وقارتنا الأفريقية في استضافة أكبر مؤتمر للأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ بل وفي تاريخ العمل متعدد الأطراف حتى الآن. السيدات والسادة تأتي قمتنا اليوم في الوقت الذي يشهد فيه
un moment critique de notre monde et en particulier le continent africain qui témoigne la fréquence
من موجات جفاف بالقرن الأفريقي ومنطقة الساحل إلى حرائق غابات بالمغرب العربي ومن أعاصير قاتلة بالجنوب الأفريقي إلى زيادة في درجات حرارة المحيطات وارتفاع سطح البحر بشواطئ مصر والدول الأفريقية المتوسطية، وكلها تؤثر بصورة مباشرة في استدامة المعيشة وتمثل ضغوطا جديدة ومتزايدة على مجتمعاتنا وعلى بلداننا الأفريقية. ولذلك فإن مصر ومن منطلق التزامها بالمساهمة الفعالة في الجهد الدولي لمواجهة والتعامل مع التغيرات المناخية عملت بشكل حثيث على الخروج بنتائج ملموسة في مؤتمر شرم الشيخ تسهم في الانتقال إلى مرحلة التنفيذ الفعلية عبر تسريع وتيرة تنفيذ الإجراءات والمشروعات على أرض الواقع، وتتعامل مع مطالب الدول النامية بتحقيق العدالة المناخية وتعزيز الجهد الدولي للتحول العادل والسريع للاقتصاد منخفض الانبعاثات والقادر على التعامل مع آثار تغير المناخ. وحرصت مصر كرئيس للمؤتمر على أن تكون شرم الشيخ محطة هامة لتسليط الضوء على خصوصية الاحتياجات والظروف الأفريقية في سياق الاستجابة للخطر الوجودي لتغير المناخ. وفي ذات السياق يأتي مؤتمرنا اليوم ليؤكد التزام قارتنا الأفريقية بتحقيق التحول العادل للاقتصاد الأخضر، ويدعم المطالب المشروعة بالحصول على نصيب عادل من الدعم المالي والتقني ومن تدفقات الاستثمارات الدولية، بما يسمح بالاستفادة من الإمكانيات الهائلة والموارد المتميزة في قارتنا، ليس فقط لتمويل مشروعات خفض الانبعاثات ولكن أيضا لمشروعات التكيف وبناء القدرة على الصمود، وبالإضافة إلى توفير دعم الدول النامية لمواجهة الخسائر والأضرار المرتبطة بالمناخ. وأؤكد في هذا الصدد على الدور الهام والمحوري الذي تقوم به لجنة رؤساء الدول والحكومات الأفريقية ومجلس وزراء البيئة الأفارقة ومجموعة المفوضين الأفارقة في تسليط الضوء على أولوياتنا في مواجهة تغير المناخ وتبعاته. السيدات والسادة، يقع محور التوسع في الطاقة النظيفة ومصادر الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة في قلب النموذج التنموي الجديد، وهو ما رحبت به دول القارة وترجمته في تعهداتها الوطنية بالتوسع في الطاقة المتجددة. وتحفل قارتنا بالأمثلة المبشرة والملهمة، بما في ذلك مصر التي وصلت لنحو 20% من إنتاج الطاقة من المصادر المتجددة، ساعية إلى الوصول إلى 42% بحلول عام 2030. وفي هذا الإطار أود الإشادة بالرؤية التي طرحتها الرئاسة الإماراتية لمؤتمر كوب 28 من خلال معالي الدكتور سلطان الجابر حول مستقبل الانتقال للطاقة المتجددة، وسيكون لها دور بالتأكيد في إنجاح مخرجات مؤتمر كوب 28 وتلبيته لتوقعات أفريقيا والعالم النامي. السادة الحضور، يظل النفاذ للتمويل هو عنق الزجاجة الذي يواجه أفريقيا والدول النامية من أجل تحويل خططها وأحلامها إلى واقع معاش يسهم في معالجة الأزمة المناخية، وفي نفس الوقت لا يمس بمسيرتها التنموية أو يثقل من ديونها. ويمثل اجتماعنا هذا فرصة ممتازة لتناول موضوعات تمويل المناخ، وتتمحور رؤية مصر في هذا الصدد حول العناصر التالية. أولاً، ضرورة إعادة النظر في أدوات التمويل المتاحة حالياً والتحول إلى التمويل الميسر والمنح لتسريع وتيرة التحول المطلوب. ثانياً، أهمية مراجعة معايير تدفق الاستثمارات لضمان حصول القارة الأفريقية على نصيبها العادل من التمويل. ثالثاً، التأكيد على أن تمويل المناخ وهو تمويل جديد وإضافي وليس سحباً من مخصصات الدعم التنموي. رابعاً، ضرورة العمل على تفعيل آلية واحدة وفعالة ومناسبة لإعادة استخدام الديون الحالية من خلال آلية فعالة لتحويل الديون إلى تمويل المناخ. وفي هذا السياق نتطلع لأن يمثل مؤتمر دبي المقبل اختراقاً في تنفيذ تعهد الدول المتقدمة بتوفير 100 مليار دولار سنوياً لتمويل المناخ الذي لم يتم إدراكه رغم كونه ليس أكثر من التزام رمزي بالمسؤولية التاريخية المشتركة ومتباينة الأعباء. ختاماً، فإنني أود إعادة التأكيد على أن طبيعة قضية تغير المناخ والتعامل معها لا يكون إلا من خلال منظور تعاوني قائم على تعزيز النظام متعدد الأطراف يؤسس على الإنصاف والعدالة ومراعاة الظروف الوطنية للدول. وأنتهز هذه الفرصة للثناء على ما طرحته جمهورية كينيا الشقيقة من عناصر ورؤية لصياغة نقاشاتنا في الأيام القادمة، ولأجدد التأكيد على دعم جمهورية مصر العربية الكامل بصفتها الوطنية وكرئيس للدورة الحالية لمؤتمر الأمم المتحدة للمناخ للنسخة المقبلة بدبي تحت رئاستها الإماراتية، التي نثق تماما في قدرتها والتزامها بالبناء على نتائج شرم الشيخ وإدراك المزيد من النتائج الإيجابية. وشكرا لحضراتكم.
Your Excellency, Excellencies, Africa is Europe's closest neighbor and our sister continent. Our geopolitics therefore concern each other. Europe and Africa have close economic, cultural, and geographical ties. To speak for the European Commission, I would now take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, the European Union President. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, dear President Ruto, for hosting this Africa Climate Summit. And thank you very much for your leadership on climate action ever since you took office. I very much welcome Kenya's Climate Change Act 2023 that was launched during this summit and that puts strong emphasis on carbon markets. We fully support you on this important topic. Presidents, prime ministers, fellow leaders, excellencies, I want to greet my colleague Moussa Faki, Chairman of the African Union. I want to greet the President Assoumani from the Comoros. I want to greet Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of the COP28, my fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to participate in this discussion. This summit is a crucial step to prepare the upcoming COP28 meeting and to make sure that Africa's voice resonates around the world and that Africa's priorities as a continent that is most affected by climate change are duly taken on board. Today, I'm here not only to listen to you, but also to bring Europe's offer to be your ally at COP28 and to work together on all issues on the agenda. Because however different our two continents may look, we share the same interests when it comes to climate action. We hear you, President Ruto, and dear friends, when you say that Africa's first priority is to grow your economy, yes, and lift as many people as possible out of poverty. Yes, you're so right. Climate action is part of the solution. You are part of the solution. With your huge potential for renewable energy and clean hydrogen, your critical raw materials, your incredible nature and biodiversity, and your young workforce, you can help clean up global energy systems and supply chains while creating good jobs here and economic opportunities yet that your people demand, rightly so. This is a win-win partnership which benefits Africa and the world. For instance, the benefits of expanding Africa's clean energy sector would be massive. By speeding up the transition to solar and wind power, energy sector jobs in Africa could double in a few years. And Africa could produce enough clean energy not only to power up your continent, but also to export abroad. Climate action can be one of the main drivers of Africa's growth. But for this, Africa needs massive investment. And Europe wants to be your partner, in closing this investment gap. First of all, we fully support the need for multilateral development bank reform. It is time to move from words to action, absolutely. Secondly, investment has to come. And this is why 150 billion euro in our investment plan are designated for Africa. We call it Global Gateway. They are aimed at the African continent. Global Gateway supports investments ranging from hydropower plants in the DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, to the 1 billion euro initiative on climate adaptation and resilience in Africa, which we announced at COP27. And Global Gateway is unique in the global investment landscape. We're not only interested in extracting resources. We want to partner with you to create local value chains, to create good jobs here in Africa. We want to share European technology with you. We want to invest in skills for local workers. This is crucial for the young people, because the stronger you are as suppliers, the more Europe will diversify supply chains towards Africa, and the more we both will de-risk our economies. It's a clear win-win. Namibia, for instance, is now building a new hydrogen industry, as well as rare materials value chains in partnership with Europe. And later this morning, President Ruto and I will conclude a new hydrogen partnership between Kenya and the European Union, with the objective to further develop the green hydrogen economy. And with the full support of Team Europe, this is good news for Africa and for Europe alike. So we should work very closely as partner. Yet, public money from major economies, however crucial, is not enough. And this is why we need to bring the conversation on climate financing to the global stage at COP28. Let me briefly share 3 specific points that will be discussed here in Nairobi to pave the way towards COP28. First, on attracting private investment to Africa. Second, on carbon pricing and carbon credits. And third, on setting global targets for the energy transition. On the first point, the green transition will require an unprecedented scale of private investment. Public finance will not suffice. This is true for Europe, but it is also true for emerging market and developing economies. Private capital will need to be mobilized at scale. And here, green bonds are widely recognized as providing part of the solution. This is why we just put forward a new proposal to attract private investment. It's called Global Green Bonds Initiative. We know that emerging economies can face hurdles to access capital markets, but we can change that together. Europe has the biggest and most advanced green bond market in the world, so we are ready to share our expertise with your teams on how to develop your own green bond markets, and at the same time, we will push on the investor side. Together with the European Investment Bank and our member states, we are allocating 1 billion euros to de-risk private investments in emerging markets. This could help to attract up to 20 billion euros in sustainable investment. So, let's work together on that to build and grow Africa's green bond markets, and let us bring together this crucial point to COP28. There's another solution that would unlock huge resources for climate action in Africa, and that is carbon pricing and true carbon credits. And this is my second point. I believe, as you do, President Ruto, that setting a price on carbon emissions is one of the most efficient and one of the most effective tools in our hands. Because it fosters innovation by the private sector, that's crucial. Because it makes heavy polluters pay a fair price, that is necessary. And because it creates revenues that can support the clean transition in developing countries. That's what we need. And this includes also to include the carbon sinks that have been mentioned, and you are rich in carbon sinks here, and to reward this contribution. We have to get there. We will discuss this in more detail in the next session, so let us work together to bring a proposal for global carbon pricing and true carbon credits at COP28. And finally, on global energy goals, if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, we have to speed up the global energy transition. That means if we want to match our goals, we need to triple renewable energy capacity, and we need to double energy efficiency by 2030. This sounds bold, but it is doable. If we step up global investment in renewables, this would make clean energy more affordable for all countries, including here in Africa. And this is why COP28 President Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber and I champion an initiative for global targets for the energy transition to be achieved collectively. Because only what gets measured gets done. So, the global goals will provide a benchmark to track the progress and to attract even more private investment. So, I look forward to working with you on this and much, much more. I hope that Africa and Europe will join forces to reach a global agreement at COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, these three proposals may look bold. They may look impossible to achieve. But in the beautiful words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." We have a huge responsibility to fight climate change for the good of our children, for the good of our grandchildren. And I wrote down these beautiful words of the African youth yesterday. Our countries are burning and drowning. As you're not here to save us, we have to trust you now. So, my friends, let's reward the trust of these young people and show responsibility. Let's join forces for COP28. Many thanks. I feel so honored for being invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi African Leaders Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, which we hope that we will get from you, Excellencies, tomorrow, will take a tour of the United Nations Secretary General Summit, then eventually to the UAE for COP28. What better way to start preparing the way for the declaration than by having the COP28 President-designate, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the COP28 President-designate, to address this summit. Dr. Al-Jaber is the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Ruto, Secretary General Guterres, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Your Excellencies, Heads of Governments, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, honored guests, colleagues, and dear friends, it is indeed my pleasure to be back here in Nairobi and to have the opportunity to share with you my thoughts at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where Africa is evidently championing a new vision for climate action. We're gathering here in Nairobi just 3 days before the UNFCCC releases the findings of the first global stocktake. And let's just face it, we already know that the world is way off track, and we know what this report will actually say and what it will conclude. The world is losing the race to secure the goals of the Paris Agreement. And the world is struggling to keep 1.5 within reach. Collectively, we must admit that we are not delivering the results we need in the time we need them. We must also accept that business as usual is simply not working, and that business as usual will not allow for a paradigm shift. We need a smart, pragmatic disruption. We need an integrated approach that delivers transformational progress. And we need a plan that leaves no one behind. That is why I have been and I continue on calling on all parties to unite around a plan of action that is fully inclusive, a plan of action that fast-tracks a just, responsible, orderly, and well-managed energy transition, a plan that will focus on people, lives, and livelihoods, and a plan that will finally fix climate finance. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa contributes just 3% of global emissions. Yet, we all know that it suffers some of the worst consequences. Droughts, floods, and failed harvests have exposed 1/5 of Africa's people to hunger, tripled the number of people displaced in the last 3 years, and is dragging down Africa's GDP growth by at least 5% every year. But there is also another narrative that unfortunately is overlooked and in a big way undermined and underestimated, and that needs to get out there. And that is Africa is also a beacon of hope, filled with potential and a global example of what pro-climate and nature-positive development should and must look like. Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative is enhancing food security and stimulating green jobs across the Horn of Africa. The countries of the Congo Basin are protecting vital rainforests and helping preserve the world's natural carbon sinks. Kenya is closing on its goal of 100% clean energy by 2030. And the number of sub-Saharan countries in Africa with significant installed solar power has grown 6 times in the last 5 years. This great continent is rich in the resources that can help not just Africa, but the entire world transition to a zero carbon and high growth future. That said, we first need to deal with some realities, and we must accept to come to terms with these facts. Almost half of Africa's population still have no access to electricity. Almost 1 billion people lack clean cooking fuels, and this energy gap will only increase as Africa's population grows. These basic energy needs must be met, and meeting them with low carbon, nature positive solutions will meet Africa's development and climate goals at the same time. And the key to making this happen is, of course, finance and finance and finance. This finance must be made available. This must be made accessible. And this finance must be made affordable. According to the African Development Bank, 250 billion US dollars annually is required to meet Africa's climate finance needs. Africa only receives 12% of that amount, and less than 2% of that is going to adaptation. We can all agree that this is neither just or equitable. We must agree that it is a big missed opportunity. The World Bank estimates that every dollar spent on climate adaptation brings an average of $4 in benefits. It simply makes sense for Africa to get a fairer share of global climate finance. That is why I am calling on donor countries to close out the $100 billion pledge they made over a decade ago and to replenish the Green Climate Fund. I will continue to press on these issues. I am also calling on donors to double adaptation finance by 2025, and for all parties to transform the global goal on adaptation from theory and text into real action and tangible results. We also need early pledges for the Loss and Damage Fund to help vulnerable countries recover from severe climate impacts that they already are exploring and experiencing. What was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh must be delivered in Dubai. We can no longer accept pledges and announcements without clear roadmaps of implementation. In parallel, we must upgrade our financial architecture. We need a complete upgrade. In fact, we need a surgical intervention of the global financial architecture that was built for a completely different era. IFIs and MDBs must step up, and they must up their game. They need to raise concessional capital and lower debt burdens. They need to attract and leverage private capital at a multiple, and the multilateral, public, and private sectors need to mesh together and work as true partners to accelerate the delivery of practical solutions and real impactful projects on the ground. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Arab Emirates has applied this model of genuine partnership to invest in clean energy projects in 70 countries around the world. We have always chosen to meet global challenges by building bridges and working with like-minded partners on solutions in the pursuit of progress and sustainable development. That is why I am pleased to answer the call made by African leaders to seize the opportunity of green growth. And today, it is my true honor to announce a new initiative between the United Arab Emirates and Africa that aims to unlock Africa's capacity for sustainable prosperity. Your Excellencies, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Etihad Credit Insurance, Masdar, the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company, and EMEA Power will join with Africa 50 as a strategic partner under the guidance of the UAE and African leadership to develop 15 gigawatt of clean power by 2030. Working together, we will deploy, and by working together, we will deploy $4.5 billion that will catalyze at least an additional $12.5 billion from multilateral public and private sources. It is our ambition that this will launch a new transformative partnership to jumpstart a pipeline of bankable clean energy projects in this very important continent. This initiative will target countries with clear transition plans, robust regulatory frameworks, and a real commitment to putting the necessary grid infrastructure in place. It will clearly demonstrate the commercial case for clean energy investments across this very important continent. This initiative is designed to work with Africa and for Africa. It will act as a scalable model that can and should be replicated. And it will support COP28's global goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. And here, let me take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of Kenya, and his government, and the African Union Commission and the EU Presidency for championing this goal alongside COP28. It's through their leadership that they are choosing a path that makes economic and climate sense at the same time. And let me extend an open invitation to all Africa's leaders to join us at COP28 to help mark a new, ambitious era for Africa's sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as COP28 approaches, I am determined that it is a turning point that delivers for everyone, everywhere. We don't want to leave anyone behind. Climate change is a global fight, and it demands a global solution. If Africa loses, we all lose. And if Africa succeeds, we all succeed. Progress for one is progress for all. Let's unite, act, and deliver to turn the rhetoric into real results. Let's turn pledges into tangible projects on the ground. And let's launch a new and optimistic future that puts the world on a climate-positive pathway and offers an opportunity for all to prosper. I thank you all, and I look forward to receiving you at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi Declaration, like I indicated, will find itself to the UN General Assembly, and we are happy to have with us the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, who is both a politician and a diplomat who will guide the discussions and midwife the contents of our declaration to find itself into UN resolutions. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, dear President William Ruto, thank you very much for your initiative, your enthusiasm, and your leadership that brought us together. Asante Sana. Excellencies, friends, an injustice burns at the heart of the climate crisis, and its flame the scorching hopes and possibilities here in Africa. This continent accounts for less than 4% of global emissions, yet it suffers some of the worst effects of rising global temperatures. Extreme heat, ferocious floods, and tens of thousands dead from devastating droughts. The blow inflicted on development is all around, with growing hunger and displacement, shattered infrastructure, systems stretched to the limit, all aggravated by climate chaos not of your making. It is still possible to avoid the worst effects of climate change, but only with a quantum leap in climate action. The people of Africa and people everywhere need action to respond to deadly climate extremes. First, we need far greater climate ambition, with countries hitting fast forward and massively accelerating action to limit temperature rises and impacts. And the largest emitters must lead the charge, in line with my Climate Solidarity Pact and acceleration agenda. And here, from a low-emitting continent, Africa, I make a very strong appeal to the large emitters, to the G20 countries responsible for 80% of the emissions that will be meeting this week in Delhi. Assume your responsibilities. Developed countries must commit to reaching net zero emissions as close as possible to 2040, and large emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, with support from developed countries to do so. And it's time to break our addiction to fossil fuels and invest in a just and equitable transition. We need to see credible plans to exit coal by 2030 for OECD countries and by 2040 for the rest of the world. And we need ambitious renewable energy goals in line with 1.5-degree limit. And we must bring affordable electricity to everyone on Earth, and particularly in Africa, while simultaneously reaching net zero electricity by 2035 in developed countries and 2040 elsewhere. Second, reaching these targets requires climate justice. Developed countries must present a clear and credible roadmap to double adaptation finance by 2025 as a first step towards devoting at least half of all climate finance to adaptation. And they must also keep their promise to provide $100 billion a year to developing countries for climate support and fully replenish the Green Climate Fund. And all countries must also operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund proposed at COP28 this year. Every person on Earth must be covered by an early warning system by 2020.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible, and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much But we do it anyway because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South.
The production and trade of these critical minerals must be sustainable, transparent, and just across every link of the supply chain, with maximum added value produced within African countries. African leadership is also helping to generate innovative green economies anchored in renewable power. From the Greater Horn of Africa, where over 85% of electricity generation comes from renewables, including massive hydropower projects in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sudan, to wind and solar projects in Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, to Mozambique, which gets nearly 100% of its energy from green and sustainable sources, to the increased installation of large-scale solar projects, including in South Sudan. At the same time, Africa is home to 60% of the world's best solar resources, but only 2% of global investments in renewable energy over the last 2 decades. Now is the time to bring together African countries with developed countries, financial institutions, and technological companies to create a true African renewable energy alliance. With adequate access to financial resources at reasonable cost and technological support, renewables could dramatically boost economies, grow new industries, create jobs, and drive development, including by reaching the over 600 million Africans living without access to power. Renewable energy could be the African miracle, but we must make it happen. We must all work together for Africa to become a renewable energy superpower. Excellencies, friends, just as the injustice of climate change burns fiercely here in Africa, so do the opportunities. I'm convinced that Africa can be at the heart of a renewable future. The summit and the solutions being discussed here represent a big step forward, but our countries must not be alone in this journey. At the end of this month, I will hold, on the way to COP28, a Climate Ambition Summit to summon the world's attention and committed action to climate change and the need to support developing countries as they transition to a renewable future. Ambition in mitigation must be in parallel with ambition in climate justice. Now is the time for all countries to stand as one in defense of our only home. Let's deliver the climate justice that Africans, the world, and the planet we share demand and deserve. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, it is the African Union Summit in February that approved the co-hosting of this summit by Kenya and the AU Commission. And to speak to us next on his aspirations for the summit, let us welcome His Excellency President Azali Assoumani, President of the Comoros and the Chairperson of the African Union. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Kila mtu anapawa, hata Maulana hajawahi kutugawa, tulitafuta amani.
Excellences, Monsieur Ahmed Abako, Dr William Ruto, Président de la République de Kenya, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secretary General,
Your Excellency Guterres, General Secretary of UN, Mr. Faki, President of Commission of AU, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of international organizations, and distinguished guests. All protocols are observed. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. At this time, all the eyes are on us, the African continent, united here to discuss at the highest level, thinking on the issue of climate. For this, we think that we are going to succeed here in this beautiful capital city of Nairobi to come up with a new impulse to the dynamics in order to fight against the effects of climate change in our planet village. This is an opportunity for me, first of all, to thank and sincerely thank our brother Amada Bako, William Ruto, for his commitment for sustainable and harmonious development. I would also like to thank the people and the government of Kenya for brotherly reception that we enjoyed since we are right here in this beautiful country, and for the hospitality that we enjoy here in Nairobi. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, when we see what our planet has been undergoing, we have seen devastating effect on our societies, on our economies, on our ecosystem, on our diversity in general. According to the intergovernmental experts working on climate, the world temperature is increasing. It has been increasing since 1990, and we cannot say that this is negligence, but it is the fact that we are not taking into account on this problem, and also the weak action in order to fight this effect. Therefore, we need to intensify our actions because of the effects which are dramatic on our continent, even if we are only responsible for only less than 4% for greenhouse emission. The island states like the Comoro Union, we are experiencing this, and we are not well equipped in order to fight all this. Despite all these challenges, Africa should go ahead and carry out its ambitions as written in policies and strategies at the national and regional level, and also from the contribution at the national level. Therefore, the organization of this summit on climate in this beautiful country has come at the right time so that we can come up with a conventional approach between the countries of the north and the countries of the south by highlighting the shared responsibility through dialogue in order to come up with solutions that are shared. For this, Africa should make profit from this organization so that we can come up with innovative, inclusive, and sustainable solutions by us and for us, and also define the collaboration for concrete climate action on this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, the continent is impacted by negative natural impacts. For example, Comoros, we undergo almost every year a lot of damages and losses from the earthquake, tropical cyclones, and earthquakes, and we lose every year almost $5.7 million. My country, we have carried out programs in order to do the adaptation and mitigation of energy. Energy is an important potential by using renewable energy, air energy, photovoltaic energy, in order to produce electricity and reduce the use of firewood in homes and industries. And for our plan of 2030 that we have adopted, our ambition is to make Comoros by 2030 a resilient country to the shocks on all dimensions of sustainable development. As far as adaptation is concerned, for Comoros and other African countries, agriculture sector has been impacted by COVID and the war in Ukraine. That's why it is very important, because we have seen the repercussion of this and aggravated by the food crisis that we have experienced. We have been experiencing on the continent. Therefore, we have to take the opportunity of this summit so that we can identify the actions that we can put in place in order to come up with a food system that is sustainable and resilient in order to guarantee our means of subsistence, and this should be sustainable. We should privilege social actions, innovation, and resilience, and come up with sustainable agriculture methods, protecting our natural resources, our health, and our climate. Protection of our resources, air and water resources should be also at the center of our concern. That is why the Moroni Declaration from the Ministerial Conference on Blue Economy and Climate Conference in Africa. This was organized in collaboration with the African Union Commission and UNSCA and the International Commission for Nature and the Indian Commission. They highlighted the work of climate and recognizing the role of seas and oceans in adaptation and mitigation. For this, we call upon the island states of Africa in the negotiations by highlighting their geographical specificity and their vulnerability from extreme events and different environment crises that we've been experiencing. We call upon for the support in order to have sustainable blue economy, generating employment, and come up with a new partnership through reinforcing cooperation of partnership and collaboration. We suggest in this case that the financial aid should be increased. $86 billion given to Africa is very weak in order to support the current costs. We plead again to come up with mechanisms of funding because of damages and losses, coming up with facilities for all the vulnerable African countries, especially the island countries which are developing. It's also important for us Africans to think about the need to own the modern technologies specializing in surveilling climates in order to alert in time our people when extreme events are about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, to summarize, I can say that the world threat of climate change and the effect of environment is going to exacerbate the complex nature of the world, which affects women and youth in a disproportionate manner. I would like to say that the Declaration of Nairobi will certainly express our African solidarity, to speak with one voice, to express our African specificities. I am confident that we'll come with the true solutions to the big continental and world challenges that we will also defend at the COP28 that will take place in Republic Arab Emirates. And they need our support through the personal commitment of its president, Sheikh Nahdet Al Nahyan, through innovative technology in order to fight effectively against climate change. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, now to cap for us this opening session is the chairperson, the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, and also the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Kenya. This African moment is a global moment where climate action is actually green growth. I am delighted to be here with you for a number of reasons. First, I am excited to participate in this summit as a scientist who has done some research on ecological impacts of human activity on fragile and precious ecosystems, including rivers and wetlands. I am also privileged to be leading the Kenyan delegation to the Africa Climate Summit. And besides, I have the honor for the time being of serving the young green continent of the future as the chair of CAHOST, the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change. And for hosting this event with my good brothers from the AU. And I dare say, this conversation is happening in the right city, where the UN has the global environmental capital, where we have UNEP. I am therefore highly encouraged by your strong response for our invitation to attend and participate in this inaugural transformative Continental Assembly convened to focus on climate action from the standpoint of generating African solutions to global challenges. The participation in the numerous events that make up this summit has so far demonstrated impressive commitment, extraordinary enthusiasm, exemplary motivation, and unparalleled determination to confront the problems, clarify issues, engage inclusively, and define a unique strategy platform for the implementation of bold interventions to catalyze progress in the global climate action agenda. I welcome you to Nairobi, our burgeoning and sleepless green city in the sun that is bounded by a national wildlife park and a close canopy of indigenous forest. In between, our capital pulsates with the restless energy of community, enterprise, industry, innovation, learning, fun, and adventure. Please, feel at home and find time to enjoy the sights and sounds of our city and country. And when I say welcome home, it's both figuratively, but also in reality. I did say yesterday, I did inform the participants yesterday that Kenya, where you are sitting, a few kilometers from where you are sitting, has been discovered the earliest remains of man on Earth. And it means that before you guys went all over the place in Africa, Europe, and America, and the rest of the world, we all began from here. And therefore, it is correct for me to tell you, welcome home. And while you are away, these are the greetings, just so that you find your way around. Jambo is the greetings. Maybe, and when somebody else tells you Jambo, you reply Jambo. It's simple. Jambo. Good. I will take you one more step. When you want to say, how are you? You say, Mambo. Simple. And then the reply is, Poa. Okay, let's go. Mambo. Good. There you go. So I'm sure you'll find your way around with that. Africa is a very young continent. Our median age is 19. Africa's youthfulness is precisely the attribute that has inspired African leaders to imagine a future where Africa finally
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible, and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway, because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect.
Into opportunity, the conversion of ideas into actions, and the turning of plans into results. It is about creating a firm consensus, designing effective strategies, securing commitments, and forging transformative partnerships that will drive climate action in the direction and at the rate required to pull our continent and planet back from the brink of a climate disaster. The urgency of this moment is informed by the knowledge that climate change is the greatest challenge, not only to the well-being of humanity, but to every existence of life on Earth, and that only urgent and coordinated action on a global scale can stop the impending catastrophe by lowering greenhouse gas emissions and reducing their concentration in the atmosphere. This is an immense and formidable challenge, even at the best of times. However, the time we are in, and in which we must implement this urgent and daunting undertaking, is a complicated and difficult time for nations throughout the world. Regional conflict with geopolitical ramifications have compounded the disruptive impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to throw global supply chains into disarray, slowing down economies, raising the cost of living, suppressing economic growth, and straining food systems to a breaking point. The complex interplay of these circumstances also combine with other localized vulnerabilities to drive adversity in many communities, placing intense pressure on governments to reconfigure resources, allocation, and other strategic interventions. In short, it would be understandable if African leaders prioritized other commitments and relegated climate action to an afterthought. This is why I proudly celebrate the courage and imagination with which the people of Africa and their leaders have converged with extraordinary focus and commitment on the climate agenda, not as an additional or peripheral concern for public policy, but as the foremost priority and the defining intervention in our collective journey to shared prosperity. As a result, patient consultation, thorough debate, determined collaboration, and bold confrontation of facts in issue, it has become clear to us at the Africa Union, under the aegis of the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, that tackling climate change also produces the solutions for the complex interconnected crisis that we face today. This is what this summit is designed to underscore. Collectively, we hold the power to transform the current continental and global trajectory. More critically, we all have an urgent responsibility to do so with a sense of collective purpose that matches the sense of urgency demonstrated by Africa's young people at the Youth Summit earlier this week. Although we are gathered here to explore the means by which we can unite in action for the greater good, we have taken full account of the fact that we are not all at the same place in terms of our experiences with climate change. All countries struggle to achieve socio-economic progress under various constraints. Due to a range of complex and interconnected historical, political, and economic factors, African countries struggle with unique, inordinate, and incredibly complex structural drawbacks in the quest to provide opportunities for their peoples to achieve prosperity. Nevertheless, we have all, in our different ways, succeeded in making progress over the years amid these extraordinary difficulties. The tragedy of climate change is that it is relentlessly eating away at this progress. And going by evidence based on scientific projections, its appetite to consume our GDP will grow in years to come. We are already losing between 5 and 15% of our GDP growth every year to the adverse impacts of climate change. At the same time, the cost of adaptation continues to rise along with the cost of living, while the cost of development capital for African countries remains prohibitive, as millions of our youth remain unemployed. Only rapid and inclusive transformation, powered by robust industrialization, can place us firmly on a path towards sustainable resolution of these challenges. A sound understanding of the nature and causes of climate change, coupled with our experience of its devastating effects, has provided us with a robust early warning system that the classical economic development progression precedent is not available for us as a pathway to this transformation. As Africans, we are strongly persuaded that not only is it urgent for us to execute an audacious leapfrogging of the traditional developmental pathway to industrialization, but urgent ecological imperatives also dictate that we must go green first before industrializing, and not vice versa, like the advanced industrial economies had the luxury to do. I emphasize this point to underscore the principle underlying Africa's position on climate action agenda and the foundation of our strategic, institutional, and policy direction. We have an unprecedented opportunity to abandon the well-trodden yet unsustainable path of the past and forge a new route that aligns economic inclusion and shared prosperity with climate commitment imperatives. Africa's low rate of greenhouse gas emissions must not relegate us to the margins and footnotes of the global climate agenda. Africa must step forward as the cornerstone around which effective climate solutions are built. Yesterday, I encouraged participants in this summit to disregard the grievance standpoint and instead consider climate action imperative through an opportunity lens. As soon as we do that, a nexus of feasible sequences begins to emerge in an unbroken continuum from potential to opportunity, and through investments and technological innovation into green manufacturing and industrialization, including shared prosperity. Our untapped renewable energy potential, together with the world's youngest population of skilled, motivated, and knowledgeable industrial men and women, along with Africa's abundant endowment of natural assets from carbon sinks to arable land and mineral wealth, confer on us the indispensable fundamentals to swiftly become a cost-competitive industrial hub with ample capacity to decarbonize global manufacturing and green the economies of our continent, our neighborhoods, and the globe. It is good for us to be open about the need to confront a couple of basic truths. First, it is demonstrably clear that none of the world's industrialized nations will be able to achieve their net zero goals within the time indicated by scientists to avert further warming. Secondly, unlocking Africa's potential to undertake economic transformation along a green trajectory is the most feasible, just, and efficient way to attain a net zero world by 2050. With those two combined, Africa's capacity to limit its own emissions is the clearest pathway to enable the world to achieve its climate action targets. Africa's opportunity is a global opportunity and a chance for humanity to redeem its intergenerational legacy. Scientific experts have consistently demonstrated from analyzing available evidence and making projections that these can be achieved while generating jobs in their millions, creating enormous investment opportunities, and catalyzing unprecedented economic growth. Under a proper green growth paradigm, climate action also serves as a robust engine for poverty reduction, employment and wealth creation, and economic transformation. By definition, effective climate action must entail technological leapfrogging to disrupt and invent the industrial development pathway and go green fast. It must also involve effective decarbonization of global production and supply chains and deliberate efforts to remove carbon from the atmosphere at scale. Understood this way, green growth aligns perfectly with opportunity-oriented perspectives of climate change, which presents Africa with its most important means of achieving stability, prosperity, and development beyond middle-income industrial status. To achieve green growth, we in Africa have committed to move with speed and under various effective frameworks to develop the necessary instruments, institutions, policies, and strategies through which we shall design and implement incentives that will accelerate the delivery of priority actions. We shall also support our youth, especially those in enterprise, to enable innovation and deliver localized solutions for the benefit of our communities, and at the same time attract other African and international investors to finance climate action. Every step of this journey will require partnership that facilitate collaboration and multilateral collective action to achieve just development financing mechanisms, deliver equitable access to markets for Africa's green products and services, and a just regime that provides liquidity, debt relief, and affordable investment capital everywhere on the continent at scale. We are all connected to our common humanity and a shared stake in the vitality and livability of our planet. We are also bound firmly by the fact that Earth is all we have, that we have no other home, and that no alternative planet to resort to when things burn here. The most salient implication of this knowledge is that we cannot approach climate action and human development from a disconnected or adversarial standpoint. We cannot pursue climate action through insular, solitary policies. Global warming cannot be mitigated by air conditioning our little pockets and corners of the world. Prosperity cannot and must not be pursued in a zero-sum, exclusive fashion, because the resulting injustice and inequality are the drivers of inequity, poverty, conflict, and activities that threaten biodiversity and encourage pollution. We are all interconnected. That is a statement of fact. And this existential moment provides us with a unique opportunity to reconnect with our shared humanity. In this summit, you will have heard and will continue to learn more about the bold, transformative, innovative fruits of partnership, cooperation, and collaboration that are already underway in various parts of Africa. I invite you to pay close attention to as many of these cases as possible, and assure you that you will be surprised, challenged, and inspired by the many wonderful demonstrations of bold initiatives in the face of many opportunities. That is the essence of this summit. It is an orientation, and in fact, an orientation run designed to familiarize us with our journey into the future, driven by African solutions, powered by African resources, and anchored on African opportunities. The collaboration I have in mind must be bold in ambition, broad in scope for their vision, deep in terms of diversity of their stakeholders, and long in terms of their geographical reach. An impressive example that I have had opportunity to interact with is the Global Center for Adaptation, an organization based in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, whose constitution is an appealing emblem of our aspiration, from the aspirational design of its global headquarters and futuristic regional headquarters in Nairobi, comprising green walls and roofs, as well as rain gardens, to the collaborative culture of its staff. Unsurprisingly, the center is intended to inspire the world to thrive with nature instead of pursuing the dangerous course of seeking to thrive at the expense of nature. The center spearheads the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a focal point collaboration with the University of Nairobi, Africa Development Bank, and the Africa Union Commission as part of the continent's response to the climate crisis. I am delighted to announce that as an outcome of this summit today, Kenya will host the GCA Africa headquarters here in Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, it has taken tremendous courage, effort, and determination to leave behind us the old continent that was historically profiled with intense negativity. The Africa whose people neither are there to be seen or heard has summoned the confidence and readiness to confront hard facts, engage truthfully, and forge a common position on critical issues that project a new, bold, radically transformative voice into the global discourse. And let me say here that we have discussed potential. And it is true, we need to have a conversation about Africa's potential. Why? Because we have been profiled negatively. The continent of disease, war, poverty. But we are stepping forward to say, look here, Africa is the continent with 60% of the world's renewable energy assets. Whether you talk about wind, whether you talk about solar, geothermal, hydropower. Number two, we're saying Africa is the continent that has 40% of the world's critical minerals for energy transition, whether you talk about nickel, cobalt, lithium, manganese. This is where those reserves are. Number three, this is the continent, the youngest continent with a median age of 19. 25% of the world's population will be living in this continent by 2050. We will have 40% of the world's workforce by 2100. This is the continent number 4 that has 2/3 of the world's uncultivated arable land that can transform through smart agriculture into the store, the production store of the world. And number 5, this is the continent that is the lungs of the world. We have the largest natural carbon sequestration infrastructure. In fact, we dare say, if there was a company for collecting garbage globally, and I'm talking about carbon garbage, Africa would have the largest shares because we have the largest lungs. The only problem is that those who produce the garbage refuse to pay their bills and profile the company as broke, when it is actually them who have refused to pay the bills. So that is our continent. It's a continent of tremendous potential. And that is why Chinua Achebe told us that until the lion learned the art of writing, all stories glorified the hunter. I think we have learned to write, I think we have learned the art of writing. And that is why we are going to write our own narrative. That is the continent that we belong to. Let me also say another thing, opportunity. Yes, this climate crisis, climate change, and the climate crisis that comes with it, yes, it is true, we contributed the least. Yes, it is also true, we are suffering the most. But in this crisis is Africa's opportunity. And that is what we want to focus on. Africa's opportunity to unlock the tremendous resources that we have for green energy transition. And we must exploit this opportunity. And number 3, so that I conclude, is that this is the continent that has the highest investment potential. We are only limited by 2 things. Number 1, we are limited, as I said earlier in my statement, by high interest rates for development capital. Many of our countries, and we are here and they say figures don't lie, 9 countries are already in debt distress in our continent, over the cliff. 13 countries are classified as high risk, and another 17 countries are classified as moderate risk. And the biggest contributor to debt distress in our continent is high interest rates. We pay 5 times more than others, meaning that in fact, the architecture is set up in a manner that if you borrow, it will be difficult for you to pay. And that is why we need a conversation, and a very candid conversation, and we are saying this in all honesty, around how do we get concessional funding? How do we pay as much as others are paying? How do we get Africa away from paying 5 times more? And I asked in this gathering, we're not asking to be favored. We're not asking to be treated differently. We want a fair financial system that treats everybody equally. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not too much to ask. A fair international financial architecture is not a fair proposition or an unfair proposition to make. Number 2, many of our countries are headed into debt distress because of climate change. Let's be honest. We are suffering the most, whether it is in the Sahel with drought, whether it is in the Horn of Africa with drought, whether it is in South Africa and the southern part of our continent with cyclones. And we are saying the suffering is across the globe, but we carry the biggest brunt. I'll contextualize this. And because of climate change, we are forced to divert resources that are meant for economic growth into dealing with the effects of climate change. I will contextualize this. In Kenya, we lost 2.5 million heads of livestock in northern part of Kenya. Combined with Ethiopia and Somalia and Djibouti, we lost 9.5 million heads of livestock. So what did I have to do in Kenya? So in Kenya, I've had to increase resources meant for school feeding from 1.5 million children in school, under school feeding. We've had to scale up this year to 4 million kids in school to be put under school feeding. And we've had to rearrange the budget to provide for that. So when we say climate change is destroying our economies, we are not making statements. We are making statements of fact. And that is what is driving many of our economies in that direction. And let me contextualize this further. When I was first elected as a member of parliament in a rural constituency in Kenya, I represented a community that is so proud that they think debt is not a good thing. They are risk averse and very debt averse. So, to try and encourage the community that time, then there was this phrase, and I want to say it in the indigenous community. There was a phrase that Kaigai Kobarin Besen Kosir Kobarin Banan. I will explain to you what that means. There is Besen and there is Banan. Besen is debt. Banan is poverty. So it is said in this community, if you must die, it is better to die of debt than to die of poverty. Because you are dying anyway. So it's... And so, to contextualize that into this debate, we don't want to die in this continent. We don't want to die of debt, but we also don't want to die of poverty. That is why we must have a conversation around multilateral development banks and concessional financing and how we can finance our economies using resources that do not punish us. And when we make this proposition, we have tremendous respect for our multilateral development banks. They are doing their best. We have the best of respect for them. But we believe they can do better. We believe that there is an opportunity. We need to explore the SDR, Special Drawing Rights window. And this time round, we want to have that window when it's made available because it is possible. Let those who need the resources get, not those who don't. In the last experience, those who did not need the resources got more than those who needed the resources. We need to have a paradigm shift this time round. And number two, we believe that it is possible to expand concessional financing through leveraging on the balance sheets of these institutions. And finally, to be able to unlock the resources that we need to be able to drive these new investment and financing opportunities, especially for green energy. We believe it is time to have a conversation about carbon tax. I said we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. And I mean we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. Yes. We believe it is the only way, it is among the ways that we can raise additional and adequate resources for us to finance our development. And while we are thinking about financing, for us in Africa, 3 things are very important. As they say in Kenya, mambo ni matatu. Number 1, speed. It takes inordinate to access any meaningful resources. Number 2, it requires scale, because we've all agreed that enormous resources are required. And number 3, affordability, so that we all pay the same. And that is why this event is both Africa's climate summit and a global pre-COP28 convention. Africa is meeting and Africans are talking. The world is listening. We must use this opportunity to lead the world in a new direction towards a future that holds immense promise for both Africa and the entire world. The many initiatives showcased at this summit testify to the courage of African enterprise and innovators to pursue breakthroughs, exploit opportunities, develop models, and take risks to make our tomorrow better than our today. When the global stocktake is released, there will be another opportunity to test our courage and resolve by asking each other hard questions in the spirit of fashioning the new way to achieve rapid improvements. We have therefore committed to conclude this summit with a declaration which will firmly encourage everyone to keep their promises, even in hard times, as a matter of justice, to hold each other to account, to collaborate, and to innovate. This African moment is a global moment. We are in word and deed full stakeholders in this global journey and its primary navigators at this stage. I urge everyone at this summit to exercise bold leadership and contribute to our efforts to reconfigure global markets and international institutions around African aspirations and strategic goals. I call on each one of you to do their part so that the potential that lies in our continent can deliver opportunities for Africa's youth, communities, enterprises, and nations to actualize a future for all of us. It is a matter of long-standing African wisdom that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. We have a long way to go and no time to lose. In this moment of existential urgency of whole humanity, I dare say that we have our ancestors' permission to innovate a way not only to go fast, but also go together, provided we consult thoroughly, engage in good faith, collaborate effectively, and proceed inclusively. This is an emergency, and we must undertake climate action and green growth with this understanding. I thank you. God bless you. God bless Africa. Asante sana.
Your Excellency, you have some tasks to perform, so please come back to the stage.
I have been requested to ask the climate envoy from America, who is scheduled to take a flight, to take a few moments and come and speak to us. My good brother John Kerry is somewhere in this audience. Welcome, because he also has a declaration to make and an announcement to make. Welcome, John.
Mr. President, distinguished presidents, Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling that after that extraordinarily powerful presentation by President Ruto, nobody should say anything. We should just act. Maybe I should start by just saying jumbo. Works. Mr. President, thank you for convening everybody here. Over the years, I've been privileged, Mr. Secretary General, like you. We've been at many of these conferences, and the words come easily. The actions seem to have been more difficult over time. It's a great honor for me to be able to be here representing President Biden at this very important summit. And I want you to know, as I listened, and as you listened, I could feel this room, something is happening. This is different. I feel that. This is different. I think, Mr. President, I would just say to you, your leadership is palpable. You feel it. What you have said today, there is such a clear path ahead for all of us. Africa is meeting. Africa is speaking. Africa is deciding. And nothing could make a greater difference, I think, on a global basis, given what you just heard from the President about the remarkable resources that are here in Africa, about the young people who are thirsty, hungry for a future. So Africa and this moment offer an enormous opportunity. This problem that we are facing is human-made. It's about pollution. It's not very complicated. It doesn't take a rocket scientist or a mathematician or equation work to its end in order to understand what's happening. Humanity is threatened by humanity, by the decisions that we are unwilling, it seems, to make. So, at this moment, I believe it is clear that Africa presents some of the greatest opportunity in the world. To do what? To win this battle about how we heat our homes, drive our vehicles, light our factories and our homes. This is about fundamental production of energy. And if we will make the right choices about that, the future is different for everybody. That's what's so attractive and important about what President Ruto was saying. You want to have a cleaner life? You want to have a healthier life? Less cancer? Eliminate 8 million people dying every single year because of the lack of quality air that we breathe? All of that comes from the unabated burning of fossil fuel. And it is challenging, if not threatening, our very planet that we all live on. So, 20 countries produce 80% of all the emissions. Mine is one of them. 20 countries. And it is critical for all of those 20 countries to immediately take steps to get on the path to the Paris Agreement, to align, to have the ability to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That will only happen if those 20 countries take the lead and make it happen. Crisis now is also if justice is to mean anything, it certainly has to mean that if there's going to be a transition, everybody has to be able to share in the benefits of that transition. Right now, it is clear that you can't talk about a just transition, when some people, there's no transition at all. Or when some people, there is acute, unfair debt that swallows and drowns the choices that those countries have to make. My friends, adaptation, which wasn't on the front burner in the early years that we've been working at this, but it is now, and it should be, for the simple reason that without adequate adaptation, we don't make it. That's the predicament that we've created for ourselves for where we are now. So adaptation is critical, and the damage Mother Nature is telling us on a weekly, daily basis. Every 18 days, we have a $1 billion climate event somewhere on this planet. So adaptation is critical. President Biden has now launched a program called Prepare, the President's Emergency Program for Adaptation. And he has committed that we are going to help at least 500 million people in developing countries, especially in Africa, to be able to adapt to the worst impacts of this crisis. He has committed the United States to work alongside African nations to lead the way in adapting to and managing the impacts of the climate crisis. And as part of Prepare, he is providing, or will fight with the Congress and guarantee that we will provide $3 billion annually for adaptation for the $12 billion program that he believes is essential in order to be able to do our part to adapt to this challenge. It is why we are working with partners on the Transitional Committee this year to design an effective fund to help vulnerable developing countries respond to loss and damage. And it is why last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, the President decided that the United States needed to try to accelerate that process, that we joined with our friends in Europe and elsewhere to say that no, it's not adequate to do that over a 2-year period. We need to close out and understand where we're going with the Loss and Damage Fund in 1 year, this year, when we all meet in Dubai. So in addition, as part of implementing Prepare, I'm pleased to announce today also, we're going to provide an additional $30 million for climate-resilient food security efforts across Africa. First, $20 million to the Africa Adaptation Initiative for the Food Security Accelerator, and that will invest in agricultural businesses and help them create their own independent climate-resilient supply chains. Second, $10 million will go to the Climate Resilient Adaptation Finance and Technology Transfer Facility to scale technologies so that we can advance adaptation efforts like cold chain storage, which would help maintain the quality and the safety of food from the farm all the way to the homes of people in the world. We've learned that adaptation saves lives, creates jobs, and obviously it's just plain old common sense. Roads and bridges that are built today can only spur growth and curb poverty if they're still standing tomorrow. So in many ways, we have learned Africa suffers to a great degree the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And it is essential that every country step up to help other nations, and particularly Africa at this point, in order to be able to adapt to the climate impacts. But at the same time, we also have to continue to mitigate, and I think you all understand that. Of the 20 most impacted countries in the world, 17 are in Africa. That tells the story. We all have a moral obligation. The rest of the world, and particularly the developed world, the world that has those 20 countries with the biggest economies, we have a fundamental imperative for all of us to get this job done. Ladies and gentlemen, I am personally convinced we are going to get to a low-carbon, no-carbon economy. I see incredible things happening around the world. With the IRA in the US, we are breaking new ground on battery storage, on new technologies for wind turbines that will get 30, 40 megawatts of power from one turbine, new technologies for accelerating the transition with hydrogen and so forth, all of the things that President Ruto talked about. The vision that your president has put forward today is not just a vision for Africa, it's a vision for the world. President Ruto is showing a path for everybody to follow, and I hope everybody will feel impacted by what he has said here. One of the great philosophers, I just close by sharing this with you, one of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment, people decided that they would listen to science and not be browbeaten into somehow believing that everything was the sort of result of a vengeful God punishing people for their sins. But people decided and understood certain scientific facts make a difference. And they're real. And that has guided us for the centuries since then. Those pathfinders helped us to understand how to break ground and build a world in which we can have vaccines and deal with new technologies and go to the moon and so forth. We can win this battle, but we only win it if we make some fundamental decisions. Immanuel Kant, one of the great philosophers of that time, wrote, "Science is organized knowledge. Wisdom is organized life." Well, right now, if you look around you at the life we all lead all around this planet, science and the knowledge are unequivocal. All that is left for us is to summon the wisdom to organize the world to do what we know we have to do. That's the vision that I heard from President Ruto, and that is the vision that I'm convinced will come out of this week of great effort at this summit, which can help to prepare for a groundbreaking COP at which we do the job people are asking us to do. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, we are moving on to a very important session where we will be listening to each and every one of you as you make your national statements. But a few minutes before that, I want to usher in Zain to, and Your Excellency, President William Ruto, to undertake a signing ceremony here, and then we move on to the national statements. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very significant moment in the Africa Climate Summit. We are going to start this green revolution together and launch right now Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. I would like to request our leaders to step forward and sign off this important strategy. I'd like to invite Thomas Ostros, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Dr. Barbel Koffler, Parliamentary State Secretary of Germany, Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Please do come onto the stage. We have a symbol here on the stage that will be representing this agreement. And so we're going to ask all four of our leaders here to take one of the pens that you'll be given and sign this very important moment. And just for context, as we get set up over there, over 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable energy sources, with a drive to reach 100% by 2030. I would like to invite also on the stage European Union ministers to come and stand behind our party here, as well as Mr. Davis Chirchir, Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum, and we can take a group photo of this extremely important moment as we launch Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. Green hydrogen plays a very central role in Kenya's green energy transformation. I mean, it really is going to offer a very significant potential to produce local green fertilizer and drive emissions-free transportation fuels. So this is a critical moment as we all gather here and take a photograph and really document and understand that this is a key step in reaching this ambition. And as the signing takes place, congratulations everyone, a round of applause. And this really does demonstrate how Kenya is prioritizing economic expansion and charting a course for the country to harness the potential of green hydrogen as a key driver of energy transition, promotion of environmental stewardship, as well as the generation of jobs. Thank you so much, Excellencies, for this very critical moment and for launching the green hydrogen strategy. I'd like to invite Mike Gitonga to take over, the head of protocol.
Thank you very much, Zain. And distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a short interlude of music as we set up the stage in preparation for the statements that are going to be made immediately after. So I'll request that we have the stage set up for the next session that we're going to have. We'll have a short interlude of music, then we'll have the statements to follow shortly after. Thank you.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway, because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to
We're moving to our next session, and here we're going to hear from the heads of state. This has been an incredibly consequential morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like you to consider for a moment Africa setting the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel proud and inspired, please clap your hands. If you feel proud, clap your hands. Let's hear it. They came, the world came for our human resource. Africa did not benefit. They came for our lands. Africa did not benefit. Now Africa is at the table. Once again, a call for everyone to take their seats. I'm going to welcome Your Excellencies up. Settle the room down, please.
Excellencies, we are moving to the national statements, and this segment will be moderated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency William Ruto. Please take the stage. And the session will also be co-chaired by His Excellency, President Assoumani, President of the Comoros. Excellency, please take the stage, as well as the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Musa Mahamat. Please take the stage, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now transiting into the next session, where we will ask our heads of state to make their country statements if they wish to. And we are going to start. Okay. I'm going to ask our elder, President Sassou Denis Nguesso, to make his statement. Your Excellency, sir. And you can choose whatever podium. You can use that, or you can use this. Let us request the people standing to please take your seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président de la République du Kenya, cher Williams, Monsieur le Président en exercice de l'Union africaine,
the President of the African Union, Sheraz Assoumani, the President of the Union of Comoros, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Guterres. I'm Liu Chen from CCTV News, Chinese news media. So we noticed that in this Africa Climate Summit, there are so many Asian countries also send their delegates, apart from China, also South Korea and India. So to what extent do you think Asian countries may contribute to climate actions in Africa? And since I'm from the Chinese media, so could you also especially talk about the role of China in this process? Thanks.
I think it's absolutely essential that all countries that can support African development of renewables, all countries that can support African efforts in adaptation, all countries that can share their experience in this regard are very much welcome. And I believe this is true for many Asian countries. But it is also important that Asian countries do their bit in relation to the reduction of emissions. And as I said in my intervention, 20 countries of the world, the G20, including several Asian countries, represent 80% of emissions. And the impact is being suffered everywhere, but of the 20 countries more impacted by climate change in the disasters that are created, 17 are in Africa. So all the efforts that Asian countries must make to reduce their emissions are very important to help Africa avoid the kind of disasters that unfortunately are increasing in such a devastating way.
And especially the role of China, is it possible to mention?
Sorry?
Especially the role of China in this process.
China has cooperation with Africa in many aspects, and I think that cooperation can be boosted in relation to climate action. And on the other hand, China is also a big emitter, and so China must also make a very strong effort in order to be able to. I remember President Xi Jinping said that China will peak its emissions before 2060. So what I'm asking is for this before to be as large as possible.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we're running out of time, so we have one last question over here.
Hey, I'm Nick Ferris from the New Statesman. So data shows that investment in infrastructure, public and private investment, financing is going down year on year, right? So with all of the kind of talk of reforms of financial mechanisms and new ways of investing, what can we do to ensure that we're not just rebranding this kind of declining scenario as opposed to what we actually need to do, which is boosting finance? Is there a risk that we're just rebranding kind of the bad situation?
Well, there are several things that can be done. First, if you recapitalize multilateral development banks, for each dollar you put in the capital, there's $5 that they can have as additional loans. On the other hand, if the sustainable development, the SDRs, the special drawing rights, are channeled through multilateral development banks, again, for each dollar that is put in a multilateral development bank, there will be $5 that the multilateral banks can provide to the African continent and others in loans at a reasonable cost, because it's at very low cost, as you know, in concessional funding. On the other hand, we have been telling that multilateral development banks need to be able to, beyond what they do in their loans, to give guarantees, to be first risk takers in order to massively leverage the mobilization of private finance. And a lot can be done in this regard. So we have a number of instruments that can allow us to multiply the resources that exist and to reorient those resources in order to effectively support those countries, like was said today by President Ruto, that when they go to capital markets, they pay interest rates that are 8 times the level of the richest European countries, which makes investment in renewables practically impossible. So we need to mobilize those other resources I mentioned to make sure that Africa has access access to the resources that Africa needs for this renewables revolution. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to participate in a roundtable now. Thank you very much.
All right, that's there, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres giving a media briefing on the back of the inaugural Africa Climate Summit. And of course, one of the things that he's been talking about a lot has been the need for Africa to really start looking at opportunities.
The Republic of the Congo have wished a summit that will lay down cooperation between the Congo Basin, that of the Amazon, and the Borneo in the Southeast Asia. And I will have the single honor to host as the chairman of the Congo Basin Commission. Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, the three basins concentrate, in fact, 80% of world biodiversity and constitute the regulator of the carbon balance of the world. The Brazzaville Summit will aim at South-South cooperation in order to support the efforts of the United Nations in favor of the restoration and conservation of tropical forests, which the various places and the mangroves, and will establish a platform for proposals, and I dare to say, to establish relations and to weigh in with all its weight on the resolutions that will be adopted at COP28. Cooperation between the three basins will not be an exclusive club that will be dealing only with only its members' interests. On the contrary, by acting on the negotiations for COP28, it will serve as a lever for climate justice and access to international financing by all the South countries in the South Hemisphere, and then to meet the exigencies of our continent. From then on, the success of the Brazzaville Summit, after that of Nairobi, is decisive for Africa, which the Secretary General of the United Nations be thanked already for this invaluable support. Excellencies, heads of state and government, and you all, you who fight for climate justice, I invite you to join us in Brazzaville, which will be a summit before COP28 of Dubai. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me now give the floor to President Isaias Afwerki, the President of Eritrea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to express our gratitude to President William Ruto for hosting the African Climate Summit and for the warm hospitality accorded to us. Climate change poses, by all accounts, one of the most pressing challenges of our times. Its impact in Africa will be immensely aggravated, compounded as it is by a host of other major hurdles. Extreme weather change that entail more frequent and intensified droughts, irreversible change to Africa's ecosystem, marine biodiversity, as well as rich flora and fauna, cannot bode well in Africa's potential and aspirations for rapid economic growth. They will also mortgage the opportunities and livelihood of future generations. True, there are reservations and skepticism on the accuracy of the forecasts and doomsday predictions in relation to the voluminous scientific data collected so far. There are also those who bemoan media hype and sweeping generalizations pronounced in various conferences. But these differences of emphasis notwithstanding, the gravity and urgency of the situation will be downplayed only at our collective peril. In this perspective, and in our modest view, efficacy and impact of our collective response is positively correlated with the linkage and synergy we develop in a three-pronged approach: the national, continental, and global platforms and networks. The policies we articulate and the implementation mechanisms we map out at the individual national level will not provide the primary panacea to this global challenge. The second tier approach that has particular relevance to the summit, here are the programs that can be pursued at the collective continental level and supplement our individual national endeavors. In this context, Africa can tap and incorporate the numerous scientific measures undertaken by global players in the field to bolster its purposeful mitigation measures. At the institutional level, it will be important for our continent to establish its own professional African advisory panel to undertake timely research and complement available literature on the subject. The structure can cascade down to regional and national levels as appropriate, so as to generate comprehensive and accurate scientific research and information that has wider validity and applicability for all the constituent parts. Africa must strive to foster and develop viable and national framework of cooperation on climate change at the global level or in the third track. This is vital both for reasons of synergy and also because Africa deserves much support as it has largely been on the receiving end. Indeed, its greenhouse gas emission footprint has been and remains comparatively small. In conclusion, may I remind this August gathering that Africa mobilize its own resources rather than extend hands for handouts that may aggravate the existing situation by inviting interference and corrupt practices, while mobilizing our own resources will be enabling and motivating creativity at the level of the continent. I urge everyone to not be attracted by the billions that are being promised by so-called donors. Rather, we would like to mobilize our own resources, and get away from this dependency that will definitely compromise everything at the level of the continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause for President Afwerki. Let me now take this opportunity to request my brother, His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the President of Rwanda, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azalia Sumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and Chair of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chair of the African Union Commission, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I wish to thank President Ruto for hosting us in a beautiful and vibrant Nairobi for the Africa Climate Summit, organized in collaboration with the African Union. Every year, the world is reminded of the real and growing threat of climate change. Recent findings tell us all kinds of stories, including that July was the hottest month ever recorded in human history. Africa continues to carry the burden of rising temperatures, despite contributing the smallest share of global greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot just keep talking about it without doing what is required to fix the problem. This is unfair, but in the long run, playing the blame game is not the answer. A more pragmatic approach is for Africa to be a key player in the search for global climate solutions. Africa stands united and should remain so in this and in its position. In this regard, allow me to take this opportunity to commend President Dr. William Ruto for his exceptional leadership of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. In Rwanda, we want the private sector to play a greater role in building a green economy. Our strategy is to position ourselves as an attractive destination for international climate financing and investment. That's why the COP27, at that summit, Rwanda launched Ireme Invest, a green investment facility created by the Rwanda Green Fund in partnership with the Development Bank of Rwanda. So far, more than 200 million has been mobilized, US dollars that is, from domestic and international partners, including the European Investment Bank and the Green Climate Fund. We have also been working closely with the International Monetary Fund as a participant in the Resilient and Sustainability Trust. We have access to long-term financing to further integrate climate into our economic policies. This is a good sign that the international community is taking seriously the call to reform our global financial architecture. But there is still room for improvement. In this context, I welcome the discussions held at the Paris Summit for a new global financial pact. The Bridgetown Initiative, spearheaded by Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, also deserves consideration and serious attention. Any meaningful structural change must favor debt restructuring and lower interest rates, as President William Ruto has so eloquently explained. As chair in office of the Commonwealth, Rwanda supports the development of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index led by the United Nations in partnership with the small island developing states. Gross national income, GNI, does not accurately measure a country's vulnerability to climate change. In any case, small islands and developing states should not be penalized for having higher income levels. Ultimately, what Africa wants is fair and equal partnership, which takes our priorities into account. That is going to be the basis for trust and solidarity. I hope this summit will serve as a good foundation for discussions later in this year at COP28. I thank you for your kind attention, and Mr. President, thank you for convening us here.
Round of applause for President Paul Kagame. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now is the opportunity for President Salva Kiir, the President of South Sudan, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe lundi waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko bulayi bwa kubanenda kamatunda ko buru mu Kenya.
Your Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chairman of the Committee of African Governments on Climate Change, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency John Kerry, United States Climate Change Envoy, Your Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, COP28 President Designate and the UAE Special Envoy for Climate Change. Honorable Ministers for Climate Change, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start my remarks by expressing my deepest gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for the warm welcome and for successfully hosting this first Africa Climate Change Summit. Excellencies, the biggest threat faced by humanity today is climate change. It is a threat whose effects are felt by all. But its causes have their roots in the action of a few. Take Africa for instance. We collectively emit less than 5% of carbon, but we are the most vulnerable region. My country, South Sudan, with tiny emissions, for example, is currently experiencing floods, droughts, heat waves, and irregular rain patterns. We have over 2 million people who have lost their livelihoods as a result of climate change and are in dire need of support. In the face of this reality, we cannot continue to lament about the impact of climate change, nor continue to wait for the financial support that has been promised but not delivered. We must seize this opportunity given to us by this African Climate Summit to come up with additional ways to address the impact of climate change. Why am I calling for additional measures? The reason is very clear. The $100 billion that was pledged at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP15, in 2009, has not been delivered. More importantly, that amount is not enough because Africa alone requires over $3 trillion to enable, mitigate, and adapt to the climate change. As Africans, we need to understand that transitioning to low carbon economy will come from within, and its path lies in operationalizing the theme of this summit, driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa and the well. This is the way to go. Driving green growth will allow us to come up with solutions that will address the financial gap between what was pledged in Copenhagen summit in 2009 and the actual figure needed by African countries to combat climate change. Excellencies, in South Sudan, we are endowed with the natural resources, and the challenges we face as a country are about finding ways to exploit these resources in a sustainable manner. The key question we have always is, how do we responsibly exploit these resources in ways that contribute towards mitigation and adaptation to the impact of climate change. Part of our answer to these challenges lie in aligning our climate change policy with climate action plan that cuts emissions and adapt to climate impact. Presently, South Sudan has developed its second nationally determined contributions with the goal of generating 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy from hydro, solar, with the solar with wind, and geothermal gas. This to us is the path to net zero carbon by 2050. On top of this planned path, we aim to embark on climate smart agriculture to meet our food needs. Apart from changing how we plan our development to mitigate the impact of climate change, we also have a vast potential in carbon trading that can generate further revenue to finance our climate adaptation. Our natural forests and the Sud wetlands have the largest capacity to absorb carbon in the world. In fact, I'm proud to say that the Sud wetland in my country is the third long of the world. These ecosystems can sequester millions of tons of carbon dioxide annually, and in them lies the potential for carbon trading I just mentioned. Excellencies, what I have enumerated are steps we can take individually as countries to reverse the impact of climate change. However, we in the global south expect developed countries to play their part, first by cutting their emissions by over 45%, and second, by living their commitment that was made in 2009 in Copenhagen to finance climate adaptation in developing countries. We cannot meet the target of maintaining the temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius by 2030 if the developed countries fail to meet their commitments, both in providing resources to assist with climate adaptation and leading the way in cutting their own emissions. Once again, I congratulate Kenya for successfully organizing the first Africa Climate Summit. I hope that all of us will speak with one voice at COP28 in Dubai. The time for climate action is now. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's give a round of applause to President Salva Kiir. Let me now take this opportunity to request President Macky Sall, the President of Senegal, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President William Ruto, dear brother, chers collègues, chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mr. Current Chairman of the African Union, heads of delegation, honorable ministers, distinguished participants. I thank you, President Ruto, for your kind invitation and the brotherly welcome accorded to us, and for the invitation to this first Africa Climate Summit. I want to congratulate you on your leadership and as has been demonstrated in your very powerful statement this morning. The time is ripe for taking stock of the implementation of the commitments on climate and also to agree on an African common position. Everybody knows the risks and dangers related to global warming that continue to affect our countries, and worse still, they have even worsened. The last report of IPCC confirmed that the African countries will be the most impacted by climate change, while they contribute less than 4% of global warming. Africa, we must say, reacts in line with its measures, in line with its means, through innovative and research for solutions for decarbonization and also the climate change. At the global level, 11 Saharan countries execute the project of the Great Green Wall for a decade now. On that score, Senegal implements a reforestation program of 500,000 hectares of indigenous forests, and in order to stop the encroachment of the desert and restore, rehabilitate soil, the biodiversity, and support the agro-pastoral activities. We pursue our efforts, to, in fact, execute the carbon resilient projects, and particularly as regards energy transition. And thanks to the implementation of our mixed energy programs, renewable energy represents today 31% of our electricity installed capacity, and part of it is from solar energy, and the other components come from wind and hydroelectric power. We at present implement an important program of rural electrification of more than 1,000 villages, financed at the cost of 75 million euros, together with the Green Climate Fund, and also with the West African Bank. These efforts will be strengthened thanks to the strategy. That is, we need to agree, and we cannot prevent Africa from using its domestic energy sources. We, in this transitional phase, ensure that the solutions, African solutions, be lower in carbon and also be resilient, and obviously for those who pollute more or less than 3%, that energy transition be abandoned. It will be, in fact, another injustice to Africa. For us, gas is an energy transition, and our policy in energy transition towards net zero is on the transport system, with the regional express train, which is operational for 2 years now, which carry more than 130,000 people every day, which obviously is electric, and also the rapid electric bus, and which obviously will be used before the end of the year. In the same spirit, Senegal signed last June with the partners of G7 its program for an energy transition, which is based on JERPI, with an investment that requires the mobilization of 2.7 million euros. And we have the ambition of raising it to 40% of renewable energy in our energy mix by 2030. Having said that, we have to agree that essentially the African countries should realize and implement their green program, and Mr. President, you have reminded us about it, while the financing of adaptation should be supported by at least by concessional credits in conformity with what was agreed in Paris. In the perspective of COP28, we should pursue our advocacy for the mobilization of resources dedicated to green financing. That is key to resolve the problem of climate change and global warming through responsible and interdependent efforts of countries.
Kila mtu anapawa, hata Maulana hajawahi kutugawa. Tulitafuta amani, tukatoka huko mbali.
We may take our seats.
Yapaswa tuzidi pamoja, dumisha amani. Tokonyane, asituranyane. Kenya is Marwa. Giri giri. Hero musna boma musawa. Hongera Kenya musna boma. Kenya my people, Kenya my homeland. Hero musna boma musawa. Hongera Kenya musna boma. We have the best country. Kashalangula zamani kashali silo tumbu. Kashalangula zamani kashali silo tumbu. Kitasandani kwa ndani na ufunguo ni huu. Alofungua nani amelivunda maguu. Nandi barero, Nandi barero. Sipiki chungu ngamni mape, sendi manga Nandi barero. Kisika papam, Kenya kisa ngoloba, kisika tutu, Kenya kisa ngoloba, telepa ikere, Kenya kisa ngoloba, kisika jaja, Kenya kisa ngoloba. Alakara siemo, arama kosi kiteso, nepepeke inapito kosi, inyamele kosi lukiteso, imeta siemo, akima, imwa, tunkunye moko. Oye tungi bulenge, alakar tunga. Muria konya ngoloto konya Muria konya ngoloto konya koteso konya koteso. Muria konya ngoloto konya westani konya istani. Muria konya ngoloto konya sautani konya notani. Muria konya ngoloto konya. Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all arise, rise, Pambazuka. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all arise, rise, Pambazuka. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, and I see people still entering the room. Do come in, have a seat. A warm, warm welcome to Kenya. Karibuni Kenya. Can we ululate for Kenya and for this first ever Africa Climate Summit? Thank you so much. Please take your seats. You are in a country, ladies and gentlemen, of incredible sights, mesmerizing wildlife, and warm, warm people. And even as we meet on this critical agenda, we hope you get some time to enjoy Kenya.
And as you enjoy our spectacular country and observe the creativity, the passion, and the immense talent of young Kenyans, We also acknowledge that we are here gathering at a time of great uncertainty. Soaring inflation, deepening polarization, widening inequalities, and the rapid advance of technology pose major challenges worldwide. In addition, there is a war raging in the heart of Europe, whose impact is felt globally. Above all looms climate change, which poses a threat to the very survival of humanity. And in Africa, the threat has been catastrophic.
It has. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with you the statistics, which are dire. Over 17 million people a year have been affected by storms, droughts, wildfires, floods, and landslides. More than 7 million people in Africa have been displaced by natural disasters. More than 145 million people do not have enough food to eat. Now, all this, while Africa is responsible for less than 4% of CO2 emissions from fossil fuels and industry.
As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said recently, and I quote, "The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived." It's so pertinent that this summit is being convened here in Africa to address the issues facing humanity. It was from here, particularly from the Rift Valley, that Homo sapiens set off eons ago, and several millennia later have come to dominate the planet. The progress and advances made in that period are impressive, but they have come at a price. Our ailing planet and the existential threat that we face speaks to that.
Now, allow me to highlight, ladies and gentlemen, that as home of the youngest and fastest growing population in the world, we need the voices of Africa's young women and men. The good news is that just yesterday, they've been convening and it gave the Youth Declaration. And that's amazing. We must also center the realities and the needs of indigenous people and local communities. We must listen and we need to act. Now, allow me to share a Kenyanism, a wise Kenyanism. It goes, "Hiyo meeting ingekuwa email." How many Kenyans know that? See some hands. Now, I share that because we've come together, we've convened, we are meeting, we are deliberating, we've taken the time. We must ensure this translates into action for impact. Otherwise, we could just have sent an email.
And the action we are seeking here at the Africa Climate Summit is a pathway that will take Africa's realities and climate needs into account. We want a global financial architecture that helps Africa grow and the world decarbonize. We want to unlock investments Africa needs to tap into its potential and resources. This summit is about creating a new narrative for climate action in Africa, building consensus and taking a unified step forward. Twende kazi.
Absolutely, let's do it. And say, just before we introduce the minister and ask her to come up, I want to settle the room and I want to rally us. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're taking your seats, can we please make a commitment that we will act following this summit, that we will collaborate, that action is critical and impact is critical? Could we give a round of applause to show our intent, our commitment, a promise to ourselves and the next generations? Thank you so much. Zain, would you introduce the minister?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you everybody here for being here and for your commitment for what we're trying to do here. It is so important for Africa today and for all future generations. So to begin, it is my privilege to introduce our Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, the Honorable Soipan Tuya.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Chairperson of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Dr. Simon Still, the Executive Director, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Her Excellency, Dr. Monique Nzanza-Ganawa, Deputy Chairperson of the AU, Her Excellency, Ambassador Josepha Sako, AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, His Excellency, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam Desalegn, the Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, colleague ministers from Africa and across the globe, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very honored to welcome you to Nairobi, our beautiful green city in the sun. Today, I stand before you filled with pride and hope. As we begin discussions at the Africa Climate Summit, we look forward to your support towards an ambitious agenda to change the perception on the place of Africa in the global efforts to combat the climate change crisis. The journey that got us here today has been long in the making, thanks to the very visionary leadership of our heads of state and government, who took no less than 3 assembly decisions at the 32nd, 33rd, and 34th African Union Assembly sittings to make this African Climate Summit a reality. In a bold and courageous move, His Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of Kenya, at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in November 2022, did announce and offered to host the inaugural Africa Climate Summit here in Nairobi in his capacity as the chair of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. Excellencies, honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that moment is finally here with us. And I wish to express my profound gratitude to the African Union Commission as co-hosts of this summit, and especially to my sister Ambassador Josepha Sako, who together with her talented and dedicated team made sure that we were in strict adherence to the African Union instruments governing the hosting of summits. I am also very indebted to my colleague ministers of environment who have shown tremendous support and guidance and insight throughout this journey. The same goes to the African group of negotiators who have been guiding us through the process and supporting it up to where we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, our overarching goal for this summit is to chart a green growth pathway for the African continent, setting the stage for Africa to lead the globe towards a more ecologically responsible global industrialization, catalyzed by financing that is accessible, adequate, and affordable. Consequently, the summit does present to us, Africa, an opportunity to develop and present a new and bold vision for Africa as a continent with tremendous potential, abundant opportunities that can be used to solve the climate crisis. I therefore call upon all of us here to use the next 3 days to explore options as to how we can optimize Africa's abundant human and natural resources to leapfrog towards a low-carbon economy while opening new opportunities for climate finance, trade, investment, innovation, resilience, and green jobs. Excellencies, honorable colleagues, the climate change debate has entered a new era. It is no longer just about tackling an environmental or development problem, but about addressing climate change in the context of justice. We must look at African countries and their high debt distress, contextualizing it with our ability to adapt and mitigate climate change. We must look at the impact of climate change to our economies, which are heavily dependent on climate-sensitive sectors, such as agriculture, tourism, fisheries, energy, and forestry, among others. We must also be cognizant of the climate change nexus with migration and the need to climate-proof our infrastructure. That is why we are persuaded that if we do not develop adequate response measures to deal with the climate change crisis, it will crush us all together. Let us therefore step up and lead the world to find solutions for climate change by listening to all voices at this climate summit, including from youth, indigenous communities, and civil society from Africa and beyond. As I conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey goodwill and urge you all to take time during your visit and sample our rich wildlife and cultural heritage. Her Excellency, Ambassador Sako, and myself wish at this early stage to extend an invitation, since this is a ministerial, we are beginning today, to invite you all later on to dinner this evening and more deliberations so that we can firm up the outcomes that we want to see coming out of this summit. Thank you very much, and I will now take this opportunity to usher in our youth representative, Ms. Elizabeth Wathuti, who has been, for the last 3 days, have led a group of young people from across the continent to put together very solid resolutions, ideas, and very visionary indeed group of young people who are joining in the discussion and want to be part of the action. They say they no longer want to be bystanders. They want to be right on the table. Welcome, Elizabeth, and your team.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invited guests, I stand on the observed protocol. After months of regional and national consultations, mobilization that accumulated into uniting youth from every nook and cranny of the continent here for the last 3 days to exchange and voice our concerns, we stand today, Saad Ukaz from the Kingdom of Morocco, Dion Shikuza from the Republic of Namibia, and I, Elizabeth Wathuti, from the host country of Kenya, the land of beautiful landscapes and the greatest marathoners, as representatives of the African Youth Climate Assembly, to underscore the urgency of addressing climate change and its profound impact on Africa's youth. Our declaration, the African Youth Climate Declaration, reflects our commitment to harness the power of our youth to drive meaningful change. The African Youth Climate Assembly's vision is rooted in inclusivity, resilience, innovation, and the conviction that young people are one of the biggest resources that Africa is endowed with. We seek to elevate youth participation and inclusion in climate governance, forging pathways towards sustainable development and green growth. And we urge you, our esteemed leaders, to join hands with us in this endeavor. And we have our key asks from the Youth Declaration that I will invite my good friends from the Kingdom of Morocco and Namibia to present.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I stand on all observed protocol. The first demand that the Youth Climate Assembly came up with reads as follows. We oblige upon the key stakeholders to recognize, promote, and invest in the decision of the African Youth Climate Assembly to establish the Assembly as the principal forum for consolidating, meaningfully enhancing the coordination of youth engagement in the climate governance across member states beyond the Africa Climate Summit, and also further urge the key stakeholders to support youth inclusion in advancing Africa's sustainable development goals and the green growth agenda in continental forums. Further, engage the African Union Commission's Youth Division and Department of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy to integrate the African Youth Climate Assembly into their structures, aligning, most importantly, with Article 19 of the African Youth Charter on Sustainable Development and Protection of the Environment. We further oblige upon parties to create an international or intergenerational green investment fund to generate green jobs for African youth. We would like to stress on this point that this was one of the most highlighted points from the consultations and also the engagements, financing youth action for climate. Further, lobby for the established United Nations Youth Office to be domiciled in Africa in line with structuring a global multilateral climate institution. We further also applaud on creating adaptation jobs for young people and equipping them with entrepreneurial skills for solutions and thus fostering resilient livelihoods. Further, engage Africa's youth as advocates for increased access to renewable energy. Engage youth in exploring Africa's agricultural potential, in particular to meet the food security challenges of the continent. And lastly, to invest in youth-led research and innovation for identifying local climate solutions. And with those few demands, I would give my brother Saad Ukas a chance to give us a closing statement. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, in conclusion, our vision encompasses green investments, renewable energy, adaptation initiatives, and youth-led innovation. Your children are watching you today. We have to trust you, and you have to trust us. We call upon you leaders to enable us and stand with us in this crucial mission. Climate justice and sustainability are within our reach, and if not, one day we will be here at your place and with our countries burning and drowning, and you will not be there to save us. If we want to go far, we have to go together, join our hands to save our continent. Ubuntu.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is a truly diverse and multi-ethnic continent. The indigenous peoples of Africa are often on the front line of the effects of climate change. To discuss with us today the indigenous people's perspective on climate change, please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Anne Samante.
Hey, bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe lundi waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko kulaiwa kuba nenda kama dunda ko buru mu Kenya.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, and all other excellencies, distinguished guests, Madam CS, Honorable Soipan Tuya, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Samante Ann. I'm here to read a statement on behalf of indigenous peoples of Africa. We, the African indigenous peoples from 20 countries, gathered in the pre-summit held in Nairobi in the past 2 days in preparation for this summit today, appreciate the Africa Climate Summit Secretariat and the government of Kenya, as led by our able President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for the continued recognition of indigenous peoples and traditional knowledge as a contribution to African climate change discourses. The role that African indigenous peoples play in protecting critical ecosystems across the continent makes them major actors in combating climate change. Furthermore, given that our livelihoods are based on direct use of natural resources, indigenous peoples are unfortunately the most hit hardest by climate crisis, notwithstanding the fact that we have the lowest carbon footprint, or rather the lowest emitters. As the African Climate Summit commences today, our main concerns and requests are as follows. One, on clean and renewable energy and energy transition. As we are all aware, all renewable energy initiatives are all around indigenous peoples' territories. For us, there is no idle land. For us, the so-called idle land is our fathers' grazing land. This is our area of our cultural, where we undertake our cultural rights. And so to us, any investment around renewable energy must take into consideration free, prior, and informed consent. Moreover, renewable energy investment should ensure to ease mobility of indigenous peoples, because through mobility, by ensuring mobility, then it means you've helped us to be more resilient, and the vice versa is true. On adaptation and resilience to climate risk, we are not only victims, but we also come with solutions. Our traditional knowledge and ways of life enable us to build resilience and adaptation to the impacts of climate change. Furthermore, considering that there are an estimated 50 million indigenous peoples living in 5 regions of African countries, whose participation and contribution through indigenous peoples' knowledge and knowledge system provides tremendous solution to the climate change crisis. However, as much as we contribute this much to climate resilience and adaptation, our knowledge and traditional adaptation resilience are not mainstreamed in local and regional policy and legislation frameworks. Therefore, we request this summit to recognize the contribution of indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge, which make them more resilient to climate change. On climate finance for adaptation and resilience, despite the fact that we do play a critical role in protecting the ecosystem that our lives entirely depends on, a lack of recognition of our unique identity, lack of clear policy, legal framework, and complex requirements continue to limit our direct access to climate financing. Yet, as I said earlier, we are the most hit by the crisis of climate change. We therefore request for establishment of an Indigenous Peoples Climate Resilience Fund to mitigate against the impacts of climate change. On effective participation, and as climate change discourse continues to gain traction, the indigenous peoples, despite being the most vulnerable group, has continued to face systemic exclusion from decision-making, and also have negatively impacted by the climate intervention, negatively impacted by the climate intervention and response measures, some of which are detrimental to the existence of indigenous people. During this summit and beyond, we request for effective and meaningful participation of African indigenous peoples, including creation of an African Union focal point at the AU headquarters to have an indigenous person focal point who will be handling our matters at the AU. In conclusion, we reiterate again that although indigenous peoples contribute the less to carbon emissions that lead to climate change challenges, we continue to suffer the most. We are therefore here with solutions and experiential lessons from Mama Africa. We look forward to have our concerns, priority, and contribution captured in the summit's outcome document, which is the Nairobi Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the summit is steeped in democracy, and with good reason, because the climate crisis affects everybody. In the last 3 days, we have had very robust engagements during the 11th Climate Change and Development in Africa conference, held between the 1st to the 3rd of September, just ended yesterday. And this is a forum convened by the AU, UNECA, the Africa Development Bank, as well as the Kenyan government and the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and to bring to us the voice and sentiments from the civil society is our next speaker, Dr. Mithika Mwenda. Let's put our hands together for Mithika.
Thank you, CS. Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Deputy President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand by existing protocols. It is with great honor that I address you today, first, as the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, representing the African civil society, and secondly, wearing the hat of the larger non-state actors steering committee for the African Climate Summit, which has been meeting since the announcement and by Kenya of hosting this all-important summit in February this year. As we gather here in Nairobi for this inaugural Africa Climate Summit, I can't say,
and people who do this professionally have been committed to. But the average folks around the world don't have time in their day, or they don't follow it every day, and they're not aware of the degree to which there's a lot of disinformation out there, purposefully being worked against the effort to secure progress on climate. And there are vested interests that resist change, and there is too much business as usual today as a result. You heard President Ruto himself say, and others, that business as usual, we just don't have the time for that. So my sense is that, and I know some of the entrepreneurs and various technology entrepreneurs in climate who are here and who feel some of this excitement and have a sense that Kenya is a place where you could really
All right, that was John Kerry speaking in Nairobi in Kenya. We've lost that audio and the visuals. We'll try and get them back. Let's take a short break. And of course, this is hugely important. Many African countries watching this and involved in this, talking about climate change, and many of the countries on our continent have called for some redress as African nations, especially poor African nations, bear the brunt of what's already happening in terms of climate change. Let's take a short break and we'll see if we can connect you once more.
In international dialogue on climate change has pronounced itself on what we require in adaptation and mitigation. And the all standards show that we are doing more than our fair share in the global efforts to combat this crisis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa needs between 160 to 340 billion US dollars by 2030 for adaptation, while the current flows are only around 16 billion annually, a fraction of a budget for a blue chip company and foundations attending this summit. We need a deep conversation on how to address this, including achieving the balanced financing between adaptation and mitigation, as delaying action now will result in exponential costs in the future. This summit should also convey a bold, unequivocal message from Africa that it is not a forum to end the industrialized countries, to escape their historical responsibilities, and to transfer their burden of action to the victims of their actions, but a platform to once again renew our call to honor their commitments on deep and genuine emission reduction, adequate support to vulnerable, and support the communities at the front line of climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, we want to extend a hand of partnership and take front seat in the inevitable transition to low carbon, climate resilient, fair, equitable, and ecologically just development pathways. We should also seek to change the narratives, and I think I have heard His Excellency President speaking about that every time. And we need also reciprocal actions from our partners in the North, and urge them not to shift the goalpost like they have done before. I hope, Your Excellency, you will agree with me that we are doing so much, but there is a problem. We have the critical natural resources, for instance, including vast mineral resources, cobalt, lithium, and all others, which will drive this transition. How to exploit these resources, then, should be the conversation we should have. How we leverage them will determine whether we repeat the curse of the minerals driving the carbon-addicted industrial revolution, that is through fossil fuels, which has brought us the current challenges we have, or we will choose to start with an opportunity to shape our future through a resilient, prosperous, inclusive, and fair way. This is really our time. And thank you again, Your Excellency. When we were in South Africa during the African Parliamentarian Summit on Climate Policy and Equity, I told you, you are our general. And I told you, now below there, you are our soldier. Let us work together, and we promise our commitment to that process. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mithika, for speaking on behalf of the civil society. Now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we move on, noting that the vital agenda pursued this week, the ACS will play a crucial part in the global fight against climate change and have a massive impact in the upcoming global initiatives around climate action. And one of these is the COP28. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are aware that during this summit, we have the African Climate Week convened by the UNFCCC as part of the regional climate weeks, again, that build momentum for COP28. And we have here with us none other than the Executive Director of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, Simon Steele. Let us put our hands together to have the statements from Simon. Welcome, Simon.
Excellencies, ministers, colleagues, friends, I'm honored to be here at the Africa Climate Summit and the first of 4 regional climate weeks of 2023. I want to thank the Kenyan government and personally President Ruto for his leadership and vision in bringing us here together. And I want special recognition for Minister Soipan Tuya for her work and efforts in helping to organize both the summit and the climate weeks. This summit for Africa, by Africa, will help us tackle the climate crisis we see and feel all around the world. I speak to you today not just as the head of the UNFCCC, but as the former minister from a developing country. So let us talk about what we can do to stabilize the climate and build resilient societies in Africa and throughout the world. Development is, as it should be, a priority. I know personally the destruction that climate-related disasters can wreak on years of development. But the world is asking for a lot. Develop, but don't do it in the carbon-intensive way that we did in the past. Therefore, it is a global responsibility to collectively work out how we do that. Every day this week, we'll be putting our heads together to discuss how to build resilience to climate risks, transition to a low-emission economy, and collaborate on solutions, transforming our economies through a just transition that benefits all sectors of society. Africa, the equal partner in this endeavor, is offering its huge potential. We already know innovation in Africa is astounding. So how can we accelerate this development through green technology and energy? And in doing so, taking the necessary actions to keeping 1.5 within reach. First, we must address finance. Climate action, just like everything else in life, costs money. Finance should be viewed in the context of mitigation and adaptation, in addition to all of the other things. COP28 will be a critical moment to hold the line on temperature rise at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The world needs to reduce emissions by 43% from 2019 levels by 2030 to achieve this. And the IPCC reports that impacts will be far greater at anything above this, especially in certain parts of the world. So for starters, to hold this off, we immediately need to see the delivery of the pledged $100 billion, a doubling of adaptation finance, the substantial replenishment of the Green Climate Fund, a global finance system, both public and finance, that is aligned with action and green finance. At COP27, I committed to ensure the Secretariat does all that it can to support parties to deliver on their commitments. I see our role as catching what you, parties, throw and shine light on how you can, together, throw it higher to get it in the basket. I also committed to maximizing the opportunities available to us to build collaboration throughout the year between COPs. This Africa Climate Week is a good example on delivering just that. In the past, we used to have only 3 to 4 mandated events associated with the regional climate weeks. Now there are 20. We've been working to cluster them, not just for efficient and resource saving's sake, but also because it is here, in the regions, where catalytic connections are made, and we can supercharge action on the ground. I want to see Africa Climate Week usher in climate action in 3 pivotal fronts. First, it must enable governments to amplify their contributions and commitments. Second, strengthen regional bonds and collaboration. And third, and perhaps most profoundly, empower local transformation so that African nations can come to COP28, which is less than 100 days away, in leading action and ambition. At COP28, the first global stocktake will review our progress on climate action. We know we are not on track. Our response to those findings is a key opportunity to course correct towards a sustainable future. In addition, we must respond to those impacts we know cannot be averted through our approach to loss and damage and the operationalization of the fund and funding arrangements at COP28. The discussions taking place here will inform the global stocktake about the challenges, barriers, and opportunities for climate action and support within the context of Africa. The UNFCCC Secretariat can work with you to identify the opportunities for Africa and facilitate the solutions and to attain those opportunities. Excellencies, ministers, the world is counting on your continued collaboration and leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Next, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is my turn to introduce Her Excellency Josepha Sako, who is African Union Commission Commissioner in charge of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Development. Welcome, my sister. You have been extremely instrumental in helping us co-host this summit.
Thank you, Cabinet Minister, to give me the floor. Good morning, every one of you. Let me acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and coordinator of the Committee of Head of State and Government on Climate Change of African Union, His Excellency Azali Assoumani, the President of the Union of Comoros and current African Union Chairperson, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Excellencies Head of States and Government from Africa and abroad, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, if he's present, His Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, honorable ministers present, executive head of international organizations,
President Biden is convinced, and I share this conviction, no government can produce enough money to make sure this transition happens. No government, anywhere in the world. This transition is going to happen, in my judgment, because the private sector gets involved much greater degree than today, and the trillions of dollars that is looking for deals, for opportunity, is going to suddenly start to deploy. And it's going to start to deploy because in a lot of places, just as we've heard today, you're going to see governments deciding they need to create the framework within which the private sector can take the ball and run with it. And so, you're going to have, it's happening now in a lot of places. It will happen a lot more. And nobody can reverse this. Can I say that? Sometimes I go somewhere and I'm asked, well, what happens if there's an election in the U.S. and you have somebody in there that doesn't like this? Well, guess what? While Donald Trump was president, 75% of the new electricity in the United States came from renewables. Even while he opposed to doing anything on that, was intervening. So, in my judgment, this is a marketplace phenomenon now, where companies, CEOs around the world recognize this is the new economy of the future, the clean energy economy. And we're already seeing that acceleration have a major impact, and I think it's simply going to grow. And no politician will be able to step in. You think Ford Motor Company and General Motors and Mercedes and BMW, all these companies that have spent billions retooling their factories are suddenly go back and say, oh, whoops, well, that was good for them. We're going to go through it again and go back to the internal combustion engine. Not happening. And so, I just think we need to be clear about the road we're on and embrace it.
Hi, this is Evelyn from the Associated Press. Just two questions quickly. On the West imposing its own aims for Africa, there's been several critics, especially on the during this upcoming summit. Can you point to us to a hard example where you and the US have changed policies based on and ideas and African leaders and organizations? And then touch on the carbon taxes the President of Kenya touched on, the need for that and how that could be implemented.
Well, let me give you an example of that change. And I personally experienced some of that change. when I began this job in 2020, I was appointed in 2021, I started work, adaptation still had a second seat in the discussions. And within the time I got there and then the Glasgow meeting, we came to believe that adaptation deserved far more important attention, that it was a critical component of fairness and justice, and that we needed to help lead on that, and we did. We supported in Glasgow the doubling of the amount of money going to adaptation. We continue to support now adaptation as a critical component. Why? Why they should? Because it is clear that as a result of the procrastination in moving forward and doing what should have been done, more and more damage and more injury is taking place to people in various parts of the world, with the flooding, with the fires, with the drought, all of that's having an impact, and you'd have to be pretty blind not to recognize a certain responsibility to do something about it. So President Biden, has fully embraced. That's why he put the PREPARE program together. It is a recognition of that shift, if you will, in focus. With respect to tax and fee, the President and the administration have not yet embraced any particular carbon pricing mechanism. But the President has directed us to examine those that are the most prominent, that are the most possible, and to think hard about what the arguments are for and against and begin to work on it. I personally, this is not an administration position. I have personally supported the idea for a number of years, quite a few as a matter of fact, that one of the most significant, best ways of moving forward is precisely what President Ruto said, which is pricing carbon. Now, there are different ways to do it. And I was listening very carefully and working with the late Secretary of State and Secretary of Treasury George Shultz, a Republican and a conservative who was extremely supportive of the pricing, as well as Secretary Jim Baker, who is down in Texas now, and I may see him in the next weeks. And he was out front in promoting this idea with Republicans. And there are a number of Republican senators now who have come to embrace this concept. So it's possible there could be a shift as we go forward. It hasn't happened yet. It's not administration policy, I repeat, but every expert will tell you it is probably one of the most effective ways that you could have an impact.
Hi there, it's Kelly McNamara from AFP. We were talking yesterday to the IEA chief, and he expressed some concerns that geopolitical tensions were, standing in the way of progress on the clean energy transition, and made a specific call for the US and China to kind of try and come together at COP28. I wondered if you could respond to that and maybe talk a little bit about what the US is doing in terms of China and how that relationship might progress this year.
Well, I can't give you any prediction as to how it may progress. We were suspended in our conversations for a period of time last year because of the Taiwan issue. We, after the trip I made to Beijing, a month and a half ago or so, weeks ago, we had an agreement to continue now our dialogue, which we are doing. We've had a couple of virtual meetings. China is complicated in the sense that it is building and deploying more renewables than all the rest of the world put together. But at the same time, it is emitting a massive amount of emissions from coal-fired power, and it's building new coal-fired power plants. And we've raised that with them. We obviously talked with them about that. We are looking for places where it might be appropriate to be able to cooperate, but it's not cooperation at any price. It's cooperation that comes because there's a reason to be able to cooperate in ways that we can have an impact on things together, which is what President Xi and President Biden originally agreed to do when they had a conversation after President Biden first came in. So our hope is that climate will be recognized for what it is. It is not a bilateral. It is not a, mere grievance issue between the United States and China, as there are others, obviously, and a great many of them. It is a universal threat to the planet. Every country is impacted, including China, which experienced 52-degree temperatures this summer, which had massive flooding, and which has a citizenry that wants clean air and clean water, and to embrace what President Xi and other leaders often refer to as China's very deep commitment to the planet and to the environment. So we're looking for cooperation on those things, and we'll see whether or not it's possible to put something together, but I have no prediction of anything at this moment in time. I do hope that China and the United States, the two largest economies in the world, the two largest emitters in the world, I hope we could come together, because I think it would be an important, providing it's substantive, and we're going to agree to do some things, I think it would be very important to other workings of the COP and to the prospects for winning this battle, which we need to do.
Helen Shikanda from the Nation Media Group. Sometime in July at a congressional meeting, you say that under no circumstances will the U.S. pay climate reparations. But I feel like loss and damage is a form of climate reparations. So what exactly did you mean by that? And does it mean that should the loss and damage fund or the facility be approved at COP28 or the future COPs, will the U.S. be part of it?
Well, the United States and many nations in the world, many nations, this is not a unique position to us, have said that, we're not going to create some liability or compensation structure under court of law that, would change the dynamics of everything we're doing in a very negative way. So we're not going to do that. And that's all I was saying, is that it's what, depends on what you're establishing this as. We believe, however, that there are losses and there are damages, and that it's an important thing for responsible nations to try to help countries that have been impacted by something that nobody really realized was creating all this damage for years, probably until 1988, when Jim Hansen first testified to Congress. And since then, we in the United States and a lot of other countries have taken enormous steps to respond to that reality. But, Mother Nature doesn't choose between, one country's emissions or another country's emissions. What affects Mother Nature are the total emissions that are up in the atmosphere. And so if they're going up when they ought to be going down, we all have a problem, and that's where we are today. They're going up. So as far as creating a civil liability or something, no, we are opposed to that, as are many other nations, as I said. But what we also support is getting the loss and damage fund pulled together, and also we want to help countries that we know have been negatively impacted. When the flood took place in Pakistan that affected 30 million people, the United States stepped up the next day and put $100 million on the table to help, deal with it. And what we weren't asked, but we did it. And we are proudly the largest humanitarian donor country in the world. When you look at all the things we do, whether it's vaccines or AIDS or Ebola or emergency rescue and other kinds of things. So I think the American people have been incredibly committed and generous, and through the years they have recognized that kind of responsibility. But it's not something that should be punitive. It's something that should be cooperative, and that's what we're working at.
Thank you.
A couple more questions. 2 more questions.
Well, my name is Matilda. I'm from the Standard Group in Kenya.
You're from what? I'm sorry, Matilda, what group?
The Standard Group.
Oh, Standard Group, okay.
Yes. So how does United States plan to address potential conflict between its economic interests, such as oil and gas export, and its climate commitments, especially in relation to African nations?
Well, let me be clear on behalf of the President, who has made it clear. We are the largest oil and gas producer in the world. But President Biden has set a very clear goal of getting to 50% transition of the clean power by 2030, and by 2035, wanting to achieve a carbon-free power sector. So we're obviously going to be reducing demand for our product we produce. And the reason we're doing it is that we think it's important to respond to the climate crisis. Now, one of the things that's been supported in the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And one of the things a lot of people don't necessarily pay attention to is that as you go forward towards 2050, we're going to have to continue to reduce. And even if you get to net zero 2050, you still have to be able to capture carbon. That's a scientific reality because of what's already up there and what we're putting up there every day right now. And so we're going to need to know how to do some carbon capture that has the ability to meet the net zero 2050 target. And the President is committed to working at that as we meet our goals going forward for 2030 and then 2050. Our 2030 goal, a lot of people forget, this doesn't have to be done by tomorrow. Be better if it could be, but it doesn't have to be, and that's not the course most people are on. We have a 2030 target. That target is based on science. And the science says, in order to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis, this is in the 2018 IPCC report, to avoid the worst consequences of the crisis, you need at least a 45% reduction in emissions between now and 2030. Our target is 50 to 52% reduction by 2030, and we believe we'll meet that target. But then you have to continue down. And the challenge for some of these companies is going to be, can you adequately capture those emissions at a scale and at a price which is competitive and functional, efficient, and so that you can continue on your Paris curve downwards in emissions. That will be the challenge for any energy company in the world. And obviously, we're determined to try to meet that challenge. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your interest. Glad to be here with you. I'm sure we'll see some of you in New York and then subsequently in Dubai. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
The growing land degradation, families to fight about the remaining fertile land. According to the findings, the annual loss in Burundi is estimated at $100 million. In these losses, 72% because of flood, 5% because of torrential rain, and 40% of violent winds. Thus, these weather vagaries, in fact, lead to $70 million of loss, and it impacts on the well-being of
we are seriously considering abolishing any visa requirement because it is unfair to ask anybody coming home for visa. I welcome all the delegates who responded positively to Africa's call to gather at this inaugural Africa Summit. In order for us to imagine, design, and then build a future of prosperity for Africa and the world. You have just stepped into, let me take that again. You have not just stepped into a conference hall. You have entered the future, a future ripe with potential driven by global partnerships committed to African prosperity, inclusive growth, and a livable planet for all of us. Clearly, therefore, this is no ordinary summit. We are not here just to talk about Africa or climate change in the usual way, which often accentuates our divisions. You all remember the North versus South, developed versus developing, polluters versus victims, and the whole of that conversation. And even within our own government, sometimes we have conversations around economic development, so badly needed for us to achieve stable and dignified livelihoods, and is often cast as a trade-off with environmental stewardship as if they are mutually exclusive, when in actual fact, they are positively reinforcing. Let me be clear, these conversations are necessary. Africa's carbon footprint remains small, but the human toll of climate change is disproportionately high. The urgency to address loss and damage and to configure appropriate financial mechanisms for resilience grows with each extreme weather event and each bout of climate-induced insecurity. A complex interplay of needs and responsibilities is a daily challenge, but it should not lead to a deadlock. We must be alert to the fact that they can sometimes blind us to the bigger picture. Delivering prosperity and well-being for Africa's growing population without pushing the world deeper into climate disaster is not just an abstract proposition or a mere wishful thinking. It is a real possibility proven by science and affirmed by emerging experience. An opportunity-oriented focus on climate action is the engine for propelling Africa into a realm of stability and prosperity, elevating us to middle-income status and beyond. This context is precisely what sets this climate summit apart from others. It aims to unite us across neighborhoods, across sectors, across institutions, local or international, across country borders, across continents, and across generations. It is because we all have a shared stake in the Earth's ability to sustain life that we must envision together a future that embraces the values of equality, human security, and shared prosperity. Africa possesses all the necessary conditions to realize this future. Our foremost asset is our young and growing young people and workforce. educated, skilled, and motivated to pursue industry, innovation, and enterprise. And we saw them here speak ably this morning. And I congratulate the young people who've been here for the last 3 days, and they have done a tremendous job in the Youth Summit. We have ample renewable energy potential as well, and the natural assets and resources to green our own consumption, but also to meaningfully contribute to decarbonization of the global economy. We must see in green growth not just a climate imperative, but also a fountain of multi-billion-dollar economic opportunities that Africa and the world is primed to capitalize. We are brought together by a clear understanding and deep concern about the inadequacy of our present means in terms of institutions and available finances to deal effectively with the magnitude of our collective threats and challenges. But we will not shy away from the difficult conversations and uncomfortable realities that must be addressed to achieve meaningful change. Policy, regulations, taxation, trade, and climate justice will all be scrutinized in national, regional, global contexts. Yet, the way we frame these discussions matters. I invite all of us to adopt opportunity lens as we navigate these complex dialogues. For a very long time, we have looked at this as a problem. It is time we flipped and looked at it from the other side. There are opportunities, immense opportunities as well. And that is why we are not here to catalog grievances and list problems. We are here to scrutinize ideas, assess perspectives, so that we can unlock solutions. The very format of this summit has been designed to facilitate such engagement. Over the next 3 days, be ready to be challenged in this dynamic ecosystem of dialogue and discovery. African and global leaders, innovation trailblazers, experts, investors, and captains of industry are here to explore the opportunities, tackle the barriers, and scale up solutions. While I cannot encapsulate the breadth and depth of all our program within my opening remarks, allow me to outline the overarching theme, which is the unparalleled opportunity that climate action represents for Africa. As you're aware, the climate conversation began 31 years ago in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro. But this is the first African summit 31 years later. When my colleagues agreed, in the Africa Union that is, agreed to my offer to host this climate summit, it was clear to me that this inaugural summit is going to be the stepping stone to the ultimate resolution of this challenge. The reason why possibly we haven't made much progress is because Africa had not consolidated and assembled its ideas and brought them to the table. I am confident that now going forward, we have all what it takes to create a win-win outcome out of this very intense conversation about climate change. This occasion summons us to contemplate the full range of possibilities that can be unleashed by directing investment and appropriate technology to actualize our continent's abundant resource endowments. Let us look, for example, at food production and the protection and expansion of our invaluable natural carbon sinks, which stand at the intersection of our environment and ecology on one end, and economic opportunities on the other end. Since 1961, Africa has witnessed a 1/3 reduction in agricultural productivity due to climate change, a stark reminder of the urgent need for adaptation. Yet, much of the world is just waking up to the merits of restorative agriculture, a practice that already resonates with African farming practices. By building on the wealth of indigenous knowledge, we can scale, enhance, and even monetize our agricultural systems. This enables us to unlock the huge potential in our agricultural land assets, representing 2/3 of the world's uncultivated, underutilized arable land, to feed our growing populations, and to do so in harmony with our invaluable natural carbon sinks. Additionally, the restoration and expansion of Africa's natural carbon sinks are not just an environmental imperative. In fact, they are an unparalleled economic gold mine. They have the potential to absorb millions of tons of CO2 annually, which should translate into billions of dollars if we were living in a fair world, improve livelihoods, and millions of opportunities across this continent. And I was having a conversation yesterday about a banker of one of the big multinational banks, and he was telling me about Africa's GDP. And GDP is about assets, it's about what you have. We have the carbon sinks that serves the world, cleans our environment, acts as sequestration of carbon that is produced by others. But we get nothing for it. It's not anywhere in our balance sheet. Everybody's assets are in their balance sheet. Some of ours are not in that balance sheet. The day we put our whole assets in our balance sheet, you will know that we are a very wealthy continent. And let me say, we do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway, because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end. Who did what? It's not a conversation that we have the luxury to engage in, because when the apocalypse happens, it will happen for all of us, for the entire humanity. Let me say this. We do this, and all of this comes while safeguarding our biodiversity. We are careful to make sure that that is in place. Our renewable energy resources are not just environmental necessity. They are the ultimate catalyst of radical socio-economic prosperity. They can fuel sustainable development, drive economic growth, create jobs, and also uplift millions from energy poverty, all while reducing our carbon footprint continentally and globally. The possibilities are not just promising, they are transformative. Africa can power all our energy needs with renewable resources. The continent has enough potential to be entirely self-sufficient with the mixture of wind, solar, geothermal, sustainable biomass, and hydropower. In Africa, we can be a green industrial hub that helps other regions achieve their net zero strategies by 2050. In other words, what I'm saying is unlocking the renewable resources that we have in our continent is not only good for Africa, it is good for the rest of the world. Because we not only are driving our own growth, but we are ready to share these resources with the rest of the world, and by doing so, we will assist the rest of the world in ensuring that we move towards the net zero target that we all set for ourselves. And for Africa, renewable resources, it is not just the volume, but also the non-seasonality of our renewable energy that stands out. The nearly year-round sunshine makes Africa's solar potential particularly unique, perfectly suited to industrial energy demands, something that is challenging in other areas, especially in temperate climates. Kenya, for example, serves as a good example of what is possible. Our national grid currently operates at 3 gigawatts, with 93% of that power being renewable. Our ambition is audacious yet achievable: 100% renewable by 2030 and a 100 gigawatt grid entirely renewable by 2040. A serious challenge in bridging the investment gap in order to enable the continent meet its energy needs is the creation of demand on sufficient scale to provide incentives for appropriate private investment in energy infrastructure development. Industrial energy at scale is therefore necessary to anchor energy demand as a means of tackling the widespread energy poverty still prevalent across our continent. The numbers are stark. Nearly 600 million Africans lack access to electricity. Another 150 million grapple with unreliable power. And almost 1 billion have no access to clean cooking energy. But the abundance of our renewable resources, the possibilities offered by new technologies, and opportunities created by new climate financing offers enormous possibilities for us. We have the capability to provide reliable and cost-effective energy access to all Africans by 2030. The green transformation of both production and consumption is not optional. It is an imperative. The global demand for such solution is already gaining momentum. Our strategic proximity to substantial reserves of metal and minerals necessary for the global energy transition makes Africa an attractive candidate to become a global hub in green industrial supply chain, from refining metals and minerals to constructing and assembling electric motor vehicles, batteries, and other components. Let me invite you to this unprecedented geo-economic opportunity for Africa and in future generations. Let's make no mistake, however, we have no choice but to approach this colossal task with clear minds and open eyes. A lot needs to happen before Africa can live up to its full potential of providing climate solutions for its citizens and to the entire world. Over the next few days, I have no doubt that African leaders seated here and our friends from elsewhere will be open, honest, and direct about what we can commit and bring to the table and the type of the collaborations we need from our global partners. My call to everyone present in this historic summit is for us to work together and converge our efforts on African priorities. I urge everyone to make a contribution to our generation's unprecedented and highly consequential endeavor to catalyze climate action in a spirit of candor, collaboration, and courage. Let us imagine a pathway for different financial structures that can deliver on Africa's goals. Let us commit to invest in viable solutions presented by renewable energy, green industrialization, climate-smart agriculture, and nature conservation. I am confident that we are all inspired by the possibilities before us and galvanized by the demands of this critical time to engage productively, collaborate successfully, and conclude the Africa Summit with a Nairobi Declaration on green growth and climate finance agenda that will commit us to pursue a climate-positive path to propel Africa's economy and promote job creation in a manner that limits our emissions and aids global decarbonization efforts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, this summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We are here to envision a continent that links markets and connects resources with demand, unlocking massive economies of scale, a continent that offers an economic backbone for a decarbonized world, a continent that thrives and shapes climate-proof future for all. So, as we immerse ourselves into the array of complex issues during the summit, let us fix our gaze firmly upon the horizon of possibilities. The future is not just something to hope for, neither is it something to merely wish or wait for. The future is for us to conceptualize and actualize, starting now. That is what we have come to do at the Africa Climate Summit. Welcome to the future, and I thank you.
One more round of applause to all the speakers who have spoken so well. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we've come to the end of this session, so mine is just to give you some exit protocols. Very simply, we're going to have what we call a family photo with His Excellency, the President. And so we are inviting the AU leadership and all the ministers, including our cabinet secretaries, to join His Excellency for this photo. So what we'll do is that at the point we're exiting, kindly let's allow His Excellency and the leadership to exit first, followed by the ministers. I'll request that we all remain in the room. Then after that, we will be free to take a short break. But for now, we'll all be upstanding kindly as we allow His Excellency, the President, the AU leadership, and the ministers to proceed to the photo shoot. The photo will be taken at the main entrance. the main entrance to KICC. We do have some protocol officers who are going to guide us on that. So we proceed to the main entrance of KICC, where we have an arrangement for all the ministers together with His Excellency the President to take the family photo. Otherwise, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Other than the ministers, kindly, the rest of us, let's stay put.
As a first step, we launched the Single African Air Transport Market January 2018 as the first project of Agenda 2063 to be launched.
Until a few years ago, almost every time you wanted to fly from one side of Africa to the other, you would have to go via Europe.
This will give a huge opportunity to passengers, but also to the entire continent. As we know, many sectors are really interlinked with civil aviation, but also the business in general.
If air transport were to be liberalized amongst them, an additional 155,000 new jobs will be created. 1.3 billion will be added to the GDPs of the 12 countries, and it would make travel much more easier, cost-effective, and make it competitive.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation,